This stream is for entertainment purposes. The opinions expressed by the participants might be exaggerated for comedic effect. Harsh language can be used. Thought-provoking or controversial topics may be discussed.
Hello, everybody. This is a unprompted stream, right? Unplanned, and not a Tuesday night, which is quite unusual for me. So I don't know if anybody actually is gonna show up. I'm trying. Well, there you go. There we have it. That answer already. Doodle Squatch did join us. Hello, Doodle Squatch. Thank you for making me feel not like a crazy person streaming alone. So just a few hours earlier, actually, on Wick TV, there was this debate there with somebody that you might recognize as Harmony Ginger in the top corner and some other dudes. The Wick is the one at the bottom right. And the other guys, I guess we're gonna meet as we start the stream. I don't know them, so I cannot just tell you up front. I miss the start of that stream or that debate, right? The topic of the debate is D&D best played as a war game. So obviously that's the topic I have some thought of. So I want to go through that. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna need to do that. I'm gonna probably like speed up a bit the speed up their video a bit and put some closed caption. There you go. And make the closed caption bigger so you can read them at home. Because sometimes the audio is like they do those debate, I think in Discord. And I don't know why they don't use StreamYard, because the volume is all over the place. Like StreamYard is pretty good at balancing people amongst them, but for some reason they want to do this thing is Discord, so it's a shit show. Other thing, so I did catch the end of this debate, and I had some thought, and I said, you know what, I'll go back on the stream to watch it with you guy and see if any good points are made. Am I gonna be convinced? Is D&D best played as a war game? We'll see, right? I can tell you already, right? Like, if you ask me the question, are role-playing game war game, I'll tell you no. There's something different, and people that try to make this argument are not very smart. If you ask me if D&D specifically is a war game, then maybe I'm more open to the argument. So I don't know which one they're going to tackle there. I don't know if they're using D&D. From what I've seen, it seemed to be that they're being specific as D&D and not using it as a generic term for a role-playing game for RPGs. So maybe they're gonna have some point there. And do those questions say best? No. I would tend to agree with that as well. But let's see what they have to say, right? Let me know if you can hear.
Welcome to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, today have we a show for you. It's a simple question at the end of the day. Is there a best way to play Dungeons and Dragons? And is that way to play it as a war game? Harmony Ginger here says yes, but...
Okay, they're already like setting the frame, like, is there a best way to play Dungeons and Dragons? So that's one question. And is that way a war game? So, you know, we're gonna have some answer to that, but maybe should we hear like the point they make?
Others disagree. And this has been a debate that I've seen go around the internet in different forums, time to time. Like, is there a best way to play? What is the best way to engage?
And I think a big reason why like this debate keep popping up right over and over on the internet. Hello, Zanalar. Yes, I'm live. One of the reasons why this debate keep popping up on the internet over and over again, right? Oh, is D&D a war game? Is D&D a role-playing game? Is it like, it's because people don't have good definition of, like, people like make, and that's something I noticed with these people in the panel there from the part that I caught. People don't know what role-playing is. People don't know what wargaming is. And then they go make debate if D&D is a role-playing game or a war game, right? Just like, well, maybe if you add some definition from a start, right? That would help, but they don't, or maybe they will.
With Dungeons and Dragons.
I missed the beginning, like I said. So
I think there is, and I think this might be it. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna discuss it. I got some lovely people here. Richard Witter should be joining us as soon as he gets his Discord issues fixed out. But I appreciate you guys for being here. I appreciate everyone for showing up. Zephyr Hash, thank you for the $2. Nerd fight. Indeed. And with that, let's give everyone here a brief, and I stress this, concise opening statements. Tell people who you are, why we should listen to you, and what your thoughts. Is there a best way to play D&D, and is that way to play as a war game? In pursuit of knowledge, I'm gonna let you go first. Start us off. Go ahead.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Wick, for having me. This really was inspired by talking with you, and you tangentially just made an offhand comment saying that D&D is a war game, and that blew my mind because we all know, every person here knows that D&D is a role-playing game, and the best way to play D&D is as a role-playing game.
You see, already, like, yes, obviously, like, for most people, I say, like, D&D is a war game. People are going to say that, right? No, it's a role-playing game. That's what it's called. But is it, though? Is it? Yeah.
If you ask anybody on the street, spit and hit somebody, they're going to, and you ask them the question, what is D&D? They will say it's a role-playing game. They would never say the word war game ever. And with that, I think it's very simple. And I have proof that my enemies agree with me with this. But we'll talk about that later. So that's keep it simple.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and I guess we'll get into it as we go. Next up, we got Soypill. Soypill, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think if you go look at the original expansion to whatever the game was that D&D spawned off of, it is called a war game. But when I think war game, I think Warhammer. I think anything that's like a tabletop strategy, how do we fight each other game. D&D has war game elements. You fireball each other, you lightning bolt, you do your spells. But I always found that the most boring. The role playing is the best part, in my opinion.
You see, already, like, now you equate wargaming into Warhammer and Warhammer 40K and those kind of game, right? Which is what wargaming is now today, right? But like wargaming hasn't always been that, right? That's not the biggest part of the hobby, I think. Some people say, like, no, historical wargaming is still big. They're just not online because they're all like 80-year-old by now, right? Just like, so I'm not really in that scene. But when people think about wargaming now, they think about like Warhammer, basically Warhammer, like moving miniature on a map and stuff like that, and you go there and you try to beat the opponent. And he mentioned, like, oh, it's about like those strategy game, and I said, there's no strategy in Warhammer. Well, there is some when you make your list and stuff like that, but when you play the game at the table, that's not strategy game, that's tactics. And this difference between strategy and tactics is going to be important later on when we talk about like the role-playing aspect inside of wargaming and stuff like that. But it already there, right? It's like there are people that they throw terms around, and I don't think that they have much thought behind those terms, right?
The voices, getting into character, and most D&D campaigns can be completed without any sort of conflict.
Oh, that's also, we should talk about that, right? It's like, he did say something that I like there. Let's back up a bit.
In my opinion, doing the voices, getting into character, and most D&D campaigns can be completed without any sort of conflict.
So he said that the most interesting part of role playing, he said the boring part is the fighting part with the doing combat and casting fireball, and the most interesting part is the role playing part. Already there, he put a dichotomy there that shouldn't exist because role playing doesn't stop when you're in combat. If you're in an actual role playing game, which we didn't define yet, we didn't decide yet if D&D is or not, right? So if you're an actual role-playing game, the role-playing doesn't stop when in combat. And he said doing the voice, which doesn't mean you're not role-playing if you're doing voice, but doing voice doesn't mean you are role-playing. But then he also say like being in character, which now he's touching something. Now, this one little sentence here is giving him some point about like, okay, now he's talking about role-playing. And he say, campaign can be completed without any sort of conflict. If you don't have conflict is not only combat, but if you don't have any conflict, you don't have any drama, you don't have anything happening, right? Just like where you just go to even a pie baking contest. In some sense, it's some conflict, right? So
that's why I think that D&D is best played as a role-playing game. But I'm also not a D&D expert, so I'm willing to have my mind.
Like if you want to do like a D&D campaign without any conflict, what you're doing, just like a tea session, like you're doing like tea time with your plush animals. So I'm not too enamored with this opening statement.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and we'll get into that, I am sure, as we go. I just had to send a link to Richard on Twitter to the Discord, but we'll get it done, okay? Jack, What are your thoughts here?
Well-
Thanks, by the way. First of all, it's Jack's birthday. If he won't tell you, I will. Okay, so happy birthday to Jack.
Thank you
But
very
go
much.
ahead, please.
For a gentleman who's going by the moniker "Pursuit of Knowledge," perhaps I can find you some knowledge to pursue.
Never heard
D&D
that
originally was a war game. That is historical fact, at the very least. Although I don't tend to play it as such in the modern day. I am something of a neutral party, I suppose. I have no particular dog in the fight, but I suppose I can say that yes, Dungeons and Dragons began life as a war game through wargaming circles and has taken on the trappings of something other. I believe Mr. Kuntz, one of the founders of the hobby, has referred to this as the fourth category. It's something new, something that takes elements from lots of things that came before and creates something that was not there previously. But wargaming is definitely a strong root of the hobby, and I believe still has a massive part to play.
Okay, well, we will get into it. We will talk about it. We have one more guest who just joined us. Hello, can you hear us, Richard?
Yes.
Nice, excellent. The gang's all here. Oh, well, your video was on for a moment.
He died.
Yeah, sorry. I'm having a couple
No
of
dying.
issues.
That is a rule. I don't have many rules on my panel, but that is one. You are not allowed to
That's
die.
like the House of Parliament. You're not allowed to die in there.
But with that, we're talking, and the question today is Dungeons and Dragons best played as a war game? So tell people, Richard, can you tell people who you are, why we should listen to you, and what are your thoughts on this? Go ahead.
I am Richard Witters. I've been an art director and a concept artist on Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, and worked with Larry on Baldur's Gate 3 for a little bit too. And I'm into games. And you should listen to me because I have a cool dog.
Well, what are your thoughts? Is D&D a war game, and is it
I'm
best
sold.
played as such?
I don't think it's a war game, just definitionally. And I can throw in what I think of that. Best played. I tend to not kind of buy that anyway. That's like steak is the best food. And I think the way you play the game can vary depending on what you're in the mood for. Call of Cthulhu.
Steak is the best food, though. So there's that, right? Why does the past matter? That's a good question, Zonar, and we're gonna get through that. I know they talk about that, and at some point, some people are gonna make this point. And also, like, I think it's a bit silly, right? Always going like, oh, if you look at the original, like, and I know that's a big point of what Harmony is gonna say. If you go look at the game, the rules, the original rules were designed. They were designed as a war game, right? And saying that because of that you should play with the D&D as a war game is fucking stupid. No offense, Harmony. It's like saying, like, if you look at the way that computer were used at the start, right? They were used with punch card. So you should use your computer with punch card. And if you're doing something else, you're not using a computer properly, right? That's an asinine like argument. Like, it's like for nothing, right? When something is discovered at some point, right, and something is like made new, right? Like something new is made, you go clumsily about it, right? So the first D&D didn't shed their war game identity yet, but he was going there, right? So like, you look at, oh, you should still paint with your finger on cave wall because that's where the first painting were done, right? Who would make that argument, right? It's like, but why when it came to role-playing game, now that's the argument to make, like, oh, you should only like play musical instrument that you made yourself and that should be made of bone and sinew and rock. Yeah, come on in, Phil. You know you're always welcome. You're my top guy. So, yeah.
Who has very little combat, but super fun game. So to me, that's a little more like best is a little weird. I could see making the case for it's a very combat focused game, so a lot of combat would make sense.
Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you coming in. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we got you here, and we're glad to have you. And last but certainly not least, Harmony Ginger. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Harmony Ginger at Ginger Blast on Twitter, Harmony_Ginger on YouTube, and Harmony Ginger on Substack.
What the fuck, YouTube? What the fuck with the subtitle? Like, why did you spell ginger like that? Like, ginger is a word that exists. And now that you got it right the second time. Come on, YouTube.
I think a lot of the issue here is a confusing definition of the term Dungeons and Dragons. It no longer has any clear meaning attached to it. OD&D and AD&D, both released in the 70s, very much had roots in wargaming, as can be demonstrated by the reliance on chainmail and by viewing early games like Blackmore, which arose out of the Braunstein or Brownstein, if you want to say it accurately, tradition. The game described in the game section of the AD&D PHB bears little resemblance to the conventional D&D played now. And what is described in the AD&D.
So Zonalar, you're a German speaker, right? And they always think about those Braunstein game, right? And a lot of people say Braunstein, but it's the name of a German fictional town, which should be called like basically like Brown Rock. So settle that for us as a German native speaker, although Swiss. Should it be Braunstein or Braunstein? Press 1 in chat for Braunstein, press 2 in chat for Braunstein. Or 3 if I got both wrong.
PHB is a game that has been all but lost to time. It's a game that gives players a deeper reason to manage resources carefully, plan, and vie for power. So modern D&D is more of a derivative of games like Tunnels and Trolls. And the key to unlocking this style of play has nothing to do with menial rules that people enjoy squabbling over, like ascending versus descending AC or whether tieflings should be playable, but rather by supporting wargame dynamics between players and patron-style play that you can support by having rules for mass combat and consistent timekeeping.
Okay. Well, I guess to sum it up, then, just as simple: is D&D best played as a wargame, Harmony?
I would think so. But let me qualify that with I have no problem with anyone playing what is really conventional or standard Dungeons and Dragons now. Like you play your game, you do what you want. But
there you go. We got our answer. It is Braunstein. Thank you, Zonalar. Yeah. Steen is an American accent. Well, American or something else.
I think that if the term Dungeons and Dragons is to have a meaning aside from a fantasy role-playing game, then it would be good to ascribe the meaning of the game described in the original texts to it, because that is a very different game than stuff like Castles and Crusades or Tunnels and Trolls are, which is very much closer to the to what people are doing now, what people are playing now.
Okay, interesting. Well,
okay. What she's saying there, right? If you want to talk about, if you want to mention Dungeon Dragon as a specific, like if you want to design a specific game by the title of Dungeon Dragon, right? You should go to what the original game was. And on that, I would give her a point, because that's always something that bothered the shit out of me. Like a new edition, like that's something I talk a lot about, right? People in role-playing games, in the role-playing hobbies, because of Dungeon Dragon is so fucking stupid, especially WotC, starting from WotC, let's be clear, right? Are so fucking stupid. People in the role-playing hobby are convinced that a new edition means new set of rules. But a new set of rules means a new game that should have a new name. A new edition is like maybe you fix some errata in there, you correct some rules, maybe you add something that was optional rules now become the default, stuff like that, like minor change, but the game should be compatible with itself, right? If you look in a new edition of the book, right, you take a new edition of like of a book, it's not going to be a new story, obviously, right? It's going to be like some minor change, maybe some typo have been corrected and stuff like that. Maybe the formatting has been changed a bit, right? If you take a new edition of a board game, it's not going to be like, you're not going to play a new edition of Monopoly and suddenly it's Clue, right? That would be like fucking silly. So yeah, D&D and TSR did understand that, because when they made a new game, like people talk about 1E and 2E, oftentimes meaning AD&D first edition and AD&D second edition. But it's just stupid, because there were many editions of Dungeon and Dragon before, like the Metzner, the I forgot all those names now, like did Kunz had one? Anyway, like the red box, brown box, all those things, like white, black. Those were edition of D&D. The rules were compatible among themselves mostly. It was a game you would recognize. It was the same game system, the same rules system, mostly with some minor change here and there. And formatting was changed, and presentation was changed, and text was changed. But it was one game. And when TSR released a new game with a new system of rules, they gave it a new name. now it wasn't just Dungeon and Dragon, it was Advanced Dungeon and Dragon. This A that they added in front, it meant something. It meant this is a different game. We give it a new name. It's a name that is derived from the other one because the rules are somewhat derived, but it's not backward compatible. So that was like a new name for a new game. Then WotC came in, being extremely stupid, and did a new set of rules, went back to the old name of Dungeon and Dragon without the advance in front, but name it Turn Edition when Dungeon and Dragon already had more than 3 edition, and when it wasn't a continuity or anything, it was a new game system. Hello, Phil.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You can hear me well then. That's good. Just want to
Yes, I
make
can hear
sure.
you
All
well.
right. Hey.
Yes. So are you caught up? Or you're just like you missed the start?
I missed the very start of your stream, and I haven't
Okay.
watched this stream. But you've gotten up to the point where I've watched. I
Okay.
think they're going to argue with each other a little bit more.
Yes. Yeah, it's basically a debate, right?
Yeah.
Which
I
you know I'm not.
was saying, like, I think I've seen like 5 more minutes of argument.
Yeah. Like I'm not fond of debate. Like I much rather like dialectic, right? We like I think like we should discuss to figure out what's true.
Yeah, anyone trying to win a discussion like this is kind of.
Yes, exactly.
It's a strange game to play.
Yes.
Where
Yeah, you should want to win by like. There's a way when everybody can win in such discussion, when everybody like come out of this discussion a little closer to the truth, right?
Yeah.
Not just by making point. Like, so you have to be open and you have to be like you have to be debate, like discuss in good faith, right? More than debate.
Yeah.
I'm all about the dialectic.
I wanted to answer this thing. I think it's kind of what Zonalar was saying, though. So I actually,
you know, you can put
the
comment. You can put the comment on screen too. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So boom. This is the comment I read when I thought that I agreed with Zonalar. Okay. So basically, in my opinion, Dungeons and Dragons is a brand. And you can play Dungeons and Dragons in many different ways.
Yeah.
So when someone says that's not the way to play Dungeons and Dragons, I don't think that's a real argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think that's also what Harmony was touching there when she said like, well, if you want to assign like one set of rules to the name Dungeon Dragon, it should probably be the first set of rules that the name has been used for. Because what you're like, what I was talking about, like it's stupid to have different set of rules use the same name.
It's like, not stupid from a business standpoint because it's brand recognition.
Yes, I get that.
And they definitely want to capitalize on the most popular role-playing.
But that's also when they did like when they went from Dungeon Dragon to Advanced Dungeon Dragon. That was also like that was a way like we give it a new name, but we maintain the brand recognition, right?
Okay.
So
yeah,
that was
so
that
you're
was
saying
that was
like
them
they
trying
should go
to.
They should go the Spider-Man route and go like Spectacular Dungeons and Dragons and the Amazing.
Yeah. The ultimate Dungeon Dragon.
That wouldn't be strange.
Well, it would.
Yeah, it would.
But
maybe
like,
they
and
could
also,
make
I made the argument
D&D, make Dungeons and Dragons a publisher, and then have a Dungeons and Dragons product. Like you could do that as like a subtitle.
Yeah, they could do that with like being WotC and stuff like that. But like I said before too, like I think like when they released 4th edition, right? I think they would have more success if they have released that as a game on its own with a new name than call it Dungeon Dragon, because it was too much of a departure from Dungeon Dragon. And there's people that like the game, and I think like some people on that panel are going to talk about how they love 4th edition.
Yeah, I guess I don't think they would have made as much money. I think that they wouldn't have made as many people upset at them.
Yeah,
possibly, but it definitely sold copies because it was Dungeons and Dragons.
But conceptually, like, what do you think about this? Like, you know, like,
okay,
if you go outside on like a role playing game, right? Mm-hmm. And let's say you buy the new Civilization game, right?
Yeah.
And now you open it, and it's a first person shooter. It's made by the same studio. You got the same name. You got a number after it, and it's like you say like, that's stupid, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So why would they do that in role playing game?
Well, a role playing game, the game is role playing, Max.
Yeah. But the
And
rules,
the
system, right?
rules are just a scaffolding that keep around the game that allow you to resolve conflict and stuff, right?
But don't you think there should be like some continuity between the scaffolding?
Yeah. If
Anyway.
you're going to be in the same brand, for sure. I think the 4th edition, I never played it, so not a real big D&D guy.
Well, me neither.
I played a lot of 5th edition. I played some 3 and 3.5.
Yeah, me neither. And as I was watching this like at first when I came into this watching this debate, right?
Yeah.
I thought they were using like D&D as a generic term for role-playing game.
Yeah. So let me make my point.
But I think they're not. I think they're really like talking about D&D. So like I'm not as outraged by their question as I was at first, right?
Yeah.
So,
but they are kind of talking about D&D. It's like, should you play D&D as a war game because it's based in a war game and all this stuff? I think you can play D&D as a war game, and I don't think it's a great war game.
I don't think either.
But I think you could have fun if that's the goal.
Yeah.
I think you could play it as I think the best way to play D&D. So I would say no to this question in the title. And I would say the best way to play D&D is as an open-ended hybrid board game. I think it is.
Yeah. But because that's the thing, right? Just like yeah, I think you nailed it there, right? Because that's the thing, right? You like if you just want to do the dungeon crawling, there's board game that would do it better.
Yeah, but the issue,
if you just want to do like if you don't want to do the war game, there's war game that would do it better. If you want to do a role-playing game, there's role-playing game that do it better.
But like the benefit to D&D is that there is no the imagination is the limit.
Yeah.
So you can take that imagination. I had this discussion with Sean before. I was like, wouldn't it be fun to play a board game where you can just do whatever you wanted? And there's like, you talked about it like a board game. Would that be interesting to you? And he said, there's like 2 people in the world that could do that. He did that. That's Sean answer. He's like, yeah, if you find the 6 people in the world that'll do that with you. Yeah. But I think that's like, the best spot for D&D is let's play a board game and you can do whatever you want. And I'll react as a GM and it'll be fun.
Yeah, like this kind of like it's like playing EverQuest, but like with much more free, like not EverQuest, HeroQuest, but with much more freedom, and it's an ongoing campaign.
Yeah, but also there's like social challenges. And like, you can do whatever you want, like from a role playing standpoint. But then because it's hard for me to play D&D without like drilling down on the tactics of how to manipulate the rules. Because that's like a fun part of D&D to me because I'm a board gamer.
And it's also like
I wouldn't want to lose
the way that the rules are designed, like it kind of incentivize a lot to do that, right? Just like there's all those fiddly bit that you play with me, all there, like
I think we both agree if you want to play a role playing game, then D&D is not a role playing game. Is not best played as D&D. I guess
I would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, like if they're gonna define the term, because also like now like there was just the opening statement, and I didn't even go through all of them. So let's give them a chance to see where they're going with that.
Well, so Soy Pill, I want to ask you, like maybe to get discussion rolling, because you made a claim, and I want to see what everyone else has to think about that. That the D&D is best played as when the focus is on getting into character, traditional role playing, if you will. Is that the best way to play D&D, and why? Why is that way better than playing
like
as
I said,
as the other people?
So this is speaking from someone with like not much experience, probably done less than 10 campaigns in the 10 years I've known about D&D. But in my experience, when you're doing the actual combat, as fun as it can be, the power fantasy of being this magical, empowered, strong barbarian or wizard or whatever is kind of undermined by like any video game I've ever played. Like I've already had that power fantasy lived out in that. What's really fun is being able to be in that universe, embody a character, and interact with the DM in a way that's improvisational, lets you do funny voices, like really feel immersed in that world. Like otherwise, I'm just kind of looking at numbers on a screen and rolling dice, which is fun, but not nearly as fun as the being the character part. And that's why I think it's better played that way. But that's again.
There's a lot of things I like in that point, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
I like that he mentioned like already, like the best part being in character. Like I don't know if he goes as far as we would want, but that's a good that's a good step, right?
I think he's answering the question in the way you think they're answering the question, where they think of D&D as role playing.
Yeah,
D&D equals role playing games.
Yeah,
and he is saying the best part about playing a role playing game, I would say.
Yeah, it's being in character and stuff like that. And you talk about like the power fantasy, which is also something I don't like about. I think like the power curve in D&D is way too like I don't, just being like a strong guy that can crush enemy, like, and then you get excitement from winning in the combat. For me, that kind of suck. And yeah, and I agree with him as well. This mechanical part, you can get better in video game as well. That's also something that exists now, right? Just like that wasn't as developed back then when D&D was started. So now like
So
maybe
that-
this niche is a bit more filled.
That kind of goes back to system as tone, And so, like, if you want to play the tone of power fantasy, D&D is a reasonable option as a role-playing game.
Yes, but also
still not my favorite.
One thing that you mentioned also in there, right? You talk about like how the best part is being in character, stuff like that, and then the combat part, right? So you make this break between like when combat happened, that suddenly the role play stopped. And that's something we talk a lot against, right? We say like, no, the role play should keep on going during combat as well. With role plays being in the mindset of the character, but when you're playing D&D, that's difficult.
The 3 separate but equal pillars of D&D.
Yeah, no,
don't separate.
That's a fucking mistake. Like those 3 pillars of D&D.
It's a bad thought experiment someone had and wrote down.
Yeah, and then
what was the third one? It's role playing, combat, and
exploration.
Exploration,
yeah. Which is like, what do you mean? Like role playing should happen in exploration and in combat, right? Just like,
but that is such a hybrid board game mentality. You know what I mean?
And that's also like a big part, like where people like, and this guy maybe can come close a bit, although he like do mention the funny voice, which is always a bit annoying me. Like it's often like a red flag that people like. Yeah, it's often for me a red flag that people don't get it what role playing is. Role playing is not talking in the voice of your character. Role playing is being in the mindset of your character. So that's what I'm saying. Like that doesn't stop when you're in combat. You should be, but like D&D always have this tendency of pushing you out of the character, so you can like become this tactician, seeing things from above, or like pushing those buttons that activate different power, and then like thinking of your optimizing your turn with this standard action and bonus action and all those like other thing you can do, right? Just like, so
it's
that's
such
why
an
I think
interesting little fiddly system though. Like it's like switches, so it's like designed for board gamers to
exactly
like scratch that strategy itch or tactics itch.
It's like you could have like card that you tap or that you play and stuff like that, and
I want to tap cards. Yeah, exactly.
That'd be like work well for that game, right? And then you reset them at the start of your next turn. That would work well for D&D.
You have little ability cards that you can use once a turn, and
and for this guy, if that's his best part or that he likes about role-playing game, that's the kind of guy I would say like then you should look at different role-playing game.
Yeah, he wants to be a role player.
You want to be a role player.
You want to be 4D, bro.
Yeah, you want to be 40. Come on. Yeah. So like for a guy, like I don't think like this guy got, and he said also like I've been playing for 10 years and like I'm not like played about 10 campaigns, so it might not be as deep as we think about. Like he's not like as big as a role play nerd. Maybe as we are.
I noticed that. He said I've only been in 10 campaigns in 10 years. Like, you mean you've been half-assing 10 campaigns? One campaign should last 10 years, bro.
Yeah, well, at least it's a third of campaign.
30 years.
30-year campaign or whatever you're doing.
You've never played D&D before.
Yeah. But anyway, like so like maybe it doesn't have like as deep as a theory of role play. Because like maybe we go too deep on it, right? Maybe we're a bit autistic on the subject.
I can't fault the guy for not having a lot of D&D experience.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's me. He has more than I do by far.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 10 campaigns
in 10 years.
We're probably about the same. That sounds about where I'm at.
Anyway, and like so far, I'm kind of like I'm kind of with him to some extent, in the sense that that's what I like about role-playing game, but that's also why I'm stepping away from D&D a lot. So it's not a point against like no, D&D is not best played as a war game, right?
The role-playing game that D&D fosters is not a tone I like very much, so that's why I don't play
as well. Yeah, I agree with that as well, but that's also somewhat, I guess, aesthetic, right? Just like,
but also really, I enjoy playing it as a board game. I don't hate it because you can do whatever you want. You can take breaks in role play. I think that's how it's supposed to be played. That's how it's marketed.
Yeah. Let's listen to the rest of the conversation a bit.
Sure.
That's just my opinion.
Absolutely true, 100%. The reason why D&D is so popular because of today, or has just grown in astronomically. Number one, it was the pandemic, I think, and then number two was because people could get into character. Now, 1,000%. All these Comic Cons, all these different anime conventions and everything. You recognize something that people want to be in a character. They are cosplaying. They want to be a different person. They want to live out a fantasy. We don't play D&D because I rolled a 20 and you rolled a 18. Therefore, my combat roll is no, none of that. No, we are there because we have a wizard going against a dragon, and you have a team, massing huge armies of orcs, and you're attacking. We're not there to just, roll numbers and do an Excel spreadsheet. It's crazy to think that's the now. If that's the only thing you're doing, then you're playing a whole nother game. It's not called D&D, and that's why absolutely 100%. It's a role playing game. As much as and I think the big reason why I have to say this is because everybody that's like on the fence to call it a war game, they're on the fence for a reason, because they know in their deepest heart that they're wrong, that they know it's a role-playing game. Okay. That they can, Harmony, I appreciate all the historical fact stuff. I love history. I'm a huge, I read books too. Okay. But it's important to recognize that today D&D is not seen as a war game at all. It is a role-playing game, 1,000%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think there?
I agree. I don't know why people think it's a war game. I guess because they don't like. I guess because hybrid board game isn't really a term.
And also, they don't like role playing.
Yeah, and I totally know people that want to roll the dice and play it like that. Like they will wait, and you hear about it all the time where people are just like, "Why are we wasting all this time role playing?"
Yeah, I just want to get a combat. Like people like. There's some people like that's what they want. They just want to do like the skirmish game, right? They just want to play this war game with an army of one.
We paused it on this dude picking his nose. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, sorry, but I'm not moving. I'm not being generous. Like I like what he mentioned there, right? I think it's interesting when you say like you look at those anime convention, people doing cosplay and stuff like that. People like what's the other thing you say?
I actually don't remember him saying that, but I have a terrible memory.
Yeah, but he talk about like how people want to be someone else, right? It's something cultural now, right?
Okay,
and that's why now D&D is growing, because people want to experiment being someone else.
Yep,
I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah,
100%. I don't know if it's correct though.
I think it's correct for some people. I just don't. It's not a. This is why he's saying that's not what role playing is. But it totally is what D&D is.
No, he's saying no. This guy is on like D&D.
Role playing should be. I don't know.
This guy is on like, this is why D&D is popular, because people want to role play, and you can see that people want to role play because they do cosplay and go to anime convention in costume.
Yeah, I guess escapism, sure. I think that D&D has a very wide appeal because it checks a lot of boxes for board gamers and role players and video game people. It's very social.
Yeah, and he said that people don't play D&D because they just want to compare like spreadsheet and like just look at number and compare like number and stuff like that. Like, oh, you roll like, because otherwise you can just play dice, right? You can just like roll dice, bet on dice. But like I think that the point he's making, what I'm saying, like, I think the point he was making there, I think it's an interesting point, but I don't know if I agree with it. In the sense that I see a lot of new people that are like those people that do cosplay and stuff like that, right? And then they go into role-playing game. I don't think a lot of them wants to experience being somebody else in the sense that we would think about it, right? Because oftentimes they're gonna do a self-immersion. They project themselves in a different skin instead of like getting the mindset of somebody else. Their character is always themselves, but with a purpose.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they want to be able to do whatever they want in a
they project themselves in another world instead of living as somebody else in this other world, right?
Right. I would also push back on his theory that people don't want to just do spreadsheets. I don't know if you've noticed all of the best build content out there.
Yeah.
It's like
Very
a
popular
lot of
content,
people
right?
love that.
Yeah.
It's super popular. So it's like
Yeah.
I'm D4, I think his name is I forget what his name is,
I don't
but he's like the blonde dude who looks like he works out. It's like D4 or something. I don't know. There's a D4 involved. Anyways, he makes these like
I don't know.
giant spreadsheets of how to make the most DPS, like what this build, how it ranks with all these other builds, and it's a very popular YouTube channel. He's with the Dungeon Dudes and kind of that tier.
Yeah, no, people love that content, so like I agree with that. Like I think like the point he was making, I think is interesting, but I don't think it's correct. But like I never like got anybody like bring the cosplay element into that, and then when you look at that, and that's also like something where I can I say despise? I despise a lot. Sometimes you go on Twitter, right? Not cosplay per se, but like what I was about to say, like when you go on Twitter sometime, and like back then when I was active there, and there was a wink wink like there's a sometimes Dungeon Dragon or D&D was trending, right? And then you click on the trending fucking tab, and then you look at what people post about, and it's always about people like posting about like concept art for the character and stuff like that. And it's not a character that never played, like character they want to play, right? And it's always like those weird fucking race over sexualized stuff and stuff like that. And there's something like we didn't used to see back then.
That sounds
right?
awful. Where's that stuff?
But you know, like there's this element of like fetishization, right? People like want them like have like this alternate persona that is themselves in a sense, but like a version of themselves,
hotter
version of themselves according to the ideal,
a hotter furry version.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we see that a lot, and that I think that is coming a lot from the
fursona, if you will.
Yeah, that comes a lot from the cosplay crowd. And I think that is antithetical to role play.
Yeah. Is it?
Yes.
Oh, by putting yourself in. Okay, yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
But D&D is like I said, D&D is a brand. It's not role playing. So you can't just say D&D's role playing.
Well, yeah. And also like also like that's why also I go back with the if we just say like D&D, like is D&D a role playing game? Well, that question should be answered differently. Like if you talk about 5e, 4e, 3e.
The question is answered by the players. It's not. It's whatever the players make it to be.
Are you doing role playing with your D&D? Most people don't.
Right. There's only one. There's only one person that's doing it, and it's you and Sonalar. I guess it go people. So one day, hopefully, you guys will role play D&D.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it's
discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to respond. So first of all, I run a fairly large campaign with 16 players.
Sorry. I just wanted to remember. I wanted to reminisce on when this dude said, "I read books too."
Yeah.
Gingers to Harvey Ginger's techno babble. I don't know what to call it. She was like, I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but I'm against reading.
What books, a worthwhile reason to pause the video. Go ahead.
That meets with different groups all the time. I do run it as a more closer to the war game tradition. And I do want to clarify that people play characters and they do funny voices, and we have role play. There is a lot of that. And when I say it is a war game, I am not saying it is exclusively a war game, because D&D is like a mishmash of a lot of different systems. And I think that when people think war game, they think different than what the original games really were, which was, I mean, can I read the description of the game from the AD&D PHB? Just a paragraph, like not the full thing. It's like 2 pages. I don't want to bore you. All right. So it says.
Did we let read the book?
Sources.
Yeah, before she go, because that might be long. So I want to pause there to address what she said before, right? Okay, she's played with 16 people in large group and stuff like that. And she said, but we do have also like role-playing game, and again, people talking funny voices. Like, this is like this is not related to role playing directly, right? Just like I can play in funny voices. I can do a funny voice right now, right? I'm not fucking role playing, right? Just
Yeah.
like whatever, right? Just like
I like it when
and
you do
always
lady
fucking
voices.
do I?
Yeah, that's the lady voice you were doing just now. How are you
Oh, that
guys
was my
doing?
that was my.
Like it's really like
Oh,
really.
you little whippersnapper doing it, right? It's my old lady voice.
That's how you hear all women.
Well, yeah. If I cannot help it, right? Just like
Yeah,
I prefer not
you
to
gotta
hear
really
them.
try. You gotta yeah. I think that Harmony playing like with 1,000 people is probably pretty close to a war game for her.
It's probably pretty close to a war game. And when she like there's role playing game as well. Like the problem I have when like I think like
she's got
in a
like
sense,
squads running around a world map.
yeah,
With like
in a sense,
turn-based time.
well, it's also like
happening.
there's a lot of like they're gonna talk a lot about like the PvP aspect, right? And I might go a bit ahead of myself because I talked to Harmony before. It's always a pleasure to talk to her. And even though I'm gonna be a bit mean here. Like I talked to Harmony before, so I know a bit of what she's about, right? And hopefully I'm not gonna misrepresent her. But when they say like there's role playing, that like I always make the distinction between player versus player and character versus character. And I think when you do player versus player, that's antithetical to role playing. You can do character versus character. But if you do a war game and the player are competing against each other and the player trying to get one up over each other, then you're not going to be in character because you want to use your best skill, you as a player, to one up your opponent, which is another player, right? So now like you cannot role play in that context because you cannot be in the mindset of the character. If you want to, when you're role playing, sometimes you might do something that it's unoptimal because it's based on one of the flaw of your character, right? And you want to stay true to the character. But if you do that in a war game context, that is competitive, but by essence, then you're gonna fail.
That's a very good distinction. So war games are peak player versus player. Role playing games should be character versus character.
That's even that, right? War game, okay. Role playing exists since before role playing game. Obviously, right? Just like people like would play role for different like sometimes like you do it in therapy. But one place where you would play a role would be in war game, and not in war game like playing 40K, but in war game like when nation.
Yeah, I'm Germany.
Exactly, like there's an actual war going on, and you try to plan for the next move to do in the war. So you're gonna do a war game when you're gonna pretend the scenario, to try to figure out what would happen if we do that. And in this kind of context, right, even though there's a competitive element, it's also collaborative because both party, like you're gonna play Germany, I'm gonna play Russia, and we're gonna compete against each other. But it's with the outcome, that desired outcome is to figure out what would happen in that scenario, right? And for that, I would have to role play as Russia. So I would have like, even though like maybe I'm American or German myself, right? I would have to try not to think as a German, not to think as an American, but to think as a Russian. So I can make my decision of how, from my understanding of the Russian. So in that sense, that's a war game that has role-playing element to it.
Okay. No one plays that. So,
no one,
about, like,
very few people play that.
You're doing the white box argument or whatever the hell it's called.
Well, there's still some people playing that, in the sense like it's still done by military today, right?
I played a game like that. It was like a mega game at a con. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, but like
it's
still something that it's done in military like in military, like actual military people still do that, right? They still call them a war game. Oh, we're gonna war game that scenario, right?
Yeah, and I'll role play in like 40K because there's not really a balance there. Like you're not really trying to balance, just trying to have like fun armies versus other fun armies. That's the best.
I thought like the people in 40K were like, it's kind of a competitive game and people are trying to win, right? And
yeah, you could, but like there's some what's a good word? Maybe contingent or school of thought in Warhammer 40K that you should be playing to have fun, and it should be like trying to make like a cool cinematic war versus like I'm going to maximize my airstrike rounds to obliterate your, whatever.
And if you do the campaign stuff, right now you also open to different type of role play, and you open the door to strategy. If you do just do the one fight, one and done, right? Now you're gonna be all in tactics, and it's gonna be like very like a confrontational, like a competitive. When you open to so you have more room for role play there.
Most of the so-called role play elements in 40K, I would say, probably comes with the list making, and then once guys get on the board, then you turn on the try hard mode, I think. But whatever, who knows? There's definitely player versus player in war games.
Sometimes. I think that's the one thing from war game, like it's the desire to win, right? The desire to overcome against the other player. That trumps the depicting a realistic character that is consistent and live in that world. So that goes against roleplay.
I agree. In principle.
It says, while initial adventuring usually takes place in an underworld dungeon setting, play gradually expands to encompass other such dungeons, towns and city activities, wilderness exploration, and journeys into other dimensions, planes, times, worlds, and so forth. Players will add characters to their initial adventurer as the milieu expands, so that each might actually have several characters, each involved in some separate and distinct adventure form, busily engaged in the game at the same moment of game time. This allows participation by many players in a game, which are substantially different from game to game, as dungeon, metropolitan, and outdoor settings are rotated from playing to playing. And perhaps a war between players will be going on, with battles actually fought out on a tabletop with miniature figures. One night, while on the next, characters of these two contending players are helping each other survive somewhere in the wilderness. And that's what this is. So my argument, I guess, isn't that you shouldn't role play or that role playing isn't an important part of the game. It is an important part of the game. I definitely believe that.
I think it's the most important part.
I used to agree with that, but I don't anymore, because I believe that the most important thing you can have for a long form campaign is Bronstein-like dynamics between your players. So what I mean by that is, I mean multiple players interacting in conflict under a fog of war. And I think there are ways to support this. And the way I do it is I have players who run patrons. My players.
All right, let's pause it there. There's a lot to unpack there. Did you get anything from this definition reading?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, Harmony is hard selling her style of game. Like,
well, yeah, which
that is her position. She's like, the way I run the game is the best way, and it's the original way, and it's the intentional way.
Yeah, which would do the same, to be fair.
I don't, because I agree with her, but I would rather play a real role playing game.
Yeah, and
I agree that she's right, that that's the original intent. I think that she's nailed it. I really want to play a game in the style which she just described.
Well, to be fair, it does sound fun. Like the one hang up I have with is like the always on campaign where like people like exchange tools, because like that I'm not interested in, because like I'm busy and I'm always like where there's no network and shit like that, right? So
I don't hate it too much. I find that in those types of games, as long as you kind of say something once a day, like a couple sentences once a day, you could probably get away with.
Yeah, but like for me, there would almost be like there would almost have to be like a limit, right? Like you allowed maybe, and also like even as a GM, I would fucking hate it. But like if I'm not the GM, like
as a GM, I would rather GM it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but it does sound fun. Like playing diplomacy sounds fun, right? Just like it's not really something that I wouldn't pretend that I'm doing a role playing game there, right? I wouldn't role play as a role player.
I have a much stricter definition of role playing now than these people do.
Yeah, and I like playing board game as well, and I can enjoy playing a war game, and I can enjoy playing this kind of like backstabby kind of game, right? Just saying.
100%.
Yeah, I want to go back a little bit because like she was saying something.
But she was basically saying you should play multiple characters and they should be interacting with each other. And different characters sometimes are fighting other characters, and that player who's playing that character sometimes is playing a character that helps you.
Yeah.
It's basically
Yeah.
advocating for a troop style Braunstein. Braunstein.
Braunstein. We established that earlier.
Okay.
She's saying it wrong, but she's just a girl.
Yes.
I want to go back a bit to what she's saying there, because like when she talk about the most important, right? I'm just gonna play that bit a bit more because I want to.
Also, I really
I
hate
used
it.
to agree with that, but I
What?
I really hate it when like she's like 3 words away from the end of her point, and the dude's
Oh
like,
yeah, and somebody.
"That's what I
yeah.
think." Like,
Yeah.
it's irritating. Don't do that,
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
don't anymore, because I believe that the most important thing you can have for a long form campaign is Bronstein-like dynamics between your players. So
Okay, I wanted to go back to that because like the most important thing you can have for a long form campaign,
Mhm.
but is that desirable?
If it is, then I think she's right. If you want to play a long form campaign, you probably want to play one that she's describing.
It could be. If you want to do like this troop style, when
Yeah.
everybody has a few character, and when you have like a bunch of players that jump in and jump out, and you have multiple GM, then yeah, you probably have to have like those one-time Braunstein kind of dynamic.
Well, we're playing. Is Horizon considered a long
No,
campaign? It's still
I
like
don't
a
think it is yet.
little baby boy of a campaign.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the meta, I don't know.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't put a lot of value in those long form campaigns. So they say, oh, if you want to do that, like, well, do I want to do that? Does that contribute more to the role play? Does that contribute more to the experience? Right? Can I just have like micro campaign that get resolved and with a satisfying conclusion, and then move on to something else?
I very rarely want to
I
stick
guess.
with
Oh
characters
wait.
for long.
Sorry, what?
I very rarely want. I find myself getting stir crazy. What's that word? Like when you're stuck in one place. What's that
When
called?
you're stuck in one place? I don't know.
Yeah.
Cabin fever.
Cabin fever, sure, something like that. I get that with characters. Like I want to get away from my character often.
Yeah, at some point, I'm like often the example I use, right? Just like those TV show that last like fucking 12 season, and it would have been great if it had been 4, right? Just like
like Lost or Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I don't want to like thin the sauce too much, right? Like give me what's meaningful and what's
Walking
interesting
Dead,
in this character. Yeah, great example. Walking Dead. What a disaster. Because at some point also you get on repeat, right? At some point you try something and it didn't work, but like you could iterate on that idea, and then it probably would work eventually, right? It wasn't a bad idea. It's poor execution, but you don't want to do that necessarily like in game, right?
Yeah, we got to get on Harmony's wait list on this D&D game.
We
got to bribe her somehow.
One thing that I was watching I guess like Professor Dungeon Master talked to Mike Merles, right? And Mike Merles say like, oh, people like said that their campaign would last 10 sessions. And then like at some point when we're reading those reports, we panic because we say like, well, people don't like the game. But then like we realize like, no, people like do 10-session campaign, and the following week they start a new campaign. So it's just like maybe Horizon Gummy is not so short after all. Maybe that's the norm, right? Maybe that's what people naturally. Like we always hear about, and we joke about those like 30-year session, but I think those are the exception, right? I think maybe naturally there's something that people say, right? Well, I'm done with this character. I'm done with we did what we want to do, and maybe now the game, this high power fantasy is not so fun anymore. So you might as well retire those characters and start anew. Explore something different. So maybe that's the way. So yeah, and Harmony seemed to see that, and a lot of the like Jeffrey Johnson, that's the argument, right? Oh, if you want to have those long-term campaign, that's how you should play the game. I say, well, what if I don't? Maybe I don't like. You first have to convince me that the long-term campaign is something desirable.
I agree that it's not going to be desirable for everyone, but it's certainly not their job to convince you.
Well, But then
It's
they
kind of like
shouldn't waste.
it's kind of like you saying you have to play on my baseball. I don't know what to say. It's like if you want to play it, then come to us. They're a niche. They're not advertising.
It's their niche, but
If you're
they
interested,
kind of are.
you come and.
But like that. But the point I'm making is like that's the argument of why this manner of playing D&D is best, is because it allows like the long form campaign and say, well,
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Like, but you didn't define that the long form campaign was better than the short form campaign.
Right. So you're saying, is D&D best played as a long form campaign? That's probably not true.
Yeah. Before discussing like, oh, D&D is best played this way because it allows long form campaign, the first define, is D&D played best in long form campaign or short form campaign?
Right.
They're kind of jumping the gun, right? That's what I'm saying. Is that the expression?
No one seems to be taking the D&D is best played on my bookshelf and nowhere else. No one's taking that position yet.
Let's listen to
okay.
But to be honest, like she spent time like reading this definition from the book. I don't know if it helped her argument in any way, to be honest.
She's just making the point that it was originally a war game. They're all still arguing about whether D&D is a war game or not.
That's the topic
for some reason.
Wait,
I don't know why they keep talking about it.
I didn't know I could do that. I can move the subtitle. I just figured out with something with YouTube, which is pretty stupid.
But what I mean by that is, multiple players interacting in conflict under a fog of war. And I think there are ways to support this.
Oh, and then she said, all right, player interacting in conflict. So again, that's what we're talking about. Like the players are in conflict. It's not the characters that are in conflict.
Yeah, it's more wargamey for sure.
Yeah, and then she talked about under a fog of war, which also like when I role play, I don't need the fog of war because I can make the distinction. I'm gonna play as my character, and you can be in a different room and do something that's gonna screw me over. My character doesn't know, and I'm gonna stay in the mindset of my character, so I'm gonna make my decision based on that, right?
I think that counts as fog of war in her definition of fog of war.
Okay,
just like imperfect knowledge is what she's trying to say.
Yeah, but I mean, like I don't need to, like I never felt the need of like taking a player aside and doing secret so the other player doesn't hear, like because I play also with people that want to role play and are mature adult and don't feel the need to
the distinction between player and character really is the linchpin on wargame or not.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Dubong says something like I like the long-term campaign style with multiple generation, many character, long-term consequence, but each individual character can be retired when played out. That's also a good point. That's also an alternative, right? You can basically it's the same campaign because it's in the same world, but you play different story in that world with different character, and like they can be like that's also a way to do it. That I think
I ran into a lot of GMs that had some weird issue about me wanting to retire my character.
Yeah,
it really
no, you can
me. No, it'll totally ruin.
You play it until he dies.
I have a plan.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's story gaming, and that's a whole fucking different topic.
Yep.
That they're gonna conflict a lot, I think, at some point.
And the way I do it is I have players who run patrons. My players run the Pantheon. My players run gods. But to simplify, my players run patrons who are at war with each other at the same time as they run characters. And this is actually more in line with the game described here.
Yep.
I just want to say, is anyone that has ever seen Harmony Ginger on a stream ever not know that her players run gods? Pantheon?
That's what she does.
I feel like I've heard her mention that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just I don't know. It's just fine to me.
And
I've heard her say the same thing a bunch of times.
Yes.
It's like I guess it's like greatest hits. You're listening to Journey. You're gonna hear that Journey song.
Are we different though?
No.
To be fair.
No. We have no.
We have our she got her chick. We have ours, right?
Yeah, we're gonna say where you are and what you're doing. We're gonna say
and we're gonna talk about like you should be in character, in the mindset of your character. We're gonna always say the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Every time you're like in a in an alien behind enemy lines stream, I was like, I know exactly what I just write. I agree with Max. I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they all trying to sell their we're all trying to sell our idea, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and
Sorry.
that's the thing, right? A lot of
Don't stop believing. There you go. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. I love the thing with the like, I had this talk with Harmony before on this channel, right? A few months ago, and a big point of like what I wanted to talk about is like I think a lot of the thing that the Braunstein kind of people, Braunstein, I don't think that they try to solve, also try that we try to solve, but we just go like in very different direction about it, right? Like it's like we want to have a more proactive player. We don't have to we don't necessarily like having overly a lot of prep. We want the story to be emergent, right? So the story is what happened in the game.
Player-driven narrative.
Yeah. So we and the GM being reactive and stuff like that, right? And the player leading the plot. Like, so a lot of those issues, like a lot of things that we want are similar, but we just take very different path. Like the path they take is like doing the player versus player kind of thing and devolving the game back into a war game. While the path we take is like, no, achieving the completion of like what a role-playing game should be and really bring it to the role play, right? So we're going forward, they're going backward.
Yeah. Do you think that we are trying to call back to the way anything was, or do you think we're promoting like an evolution of a genre?
I think we're promoting the evolution of the genre. We're trying to reach as a logical conclusion.
So we're
trying to realize the promise of the role-playing game.
We're the TTRPG progressives. Would you say that?
We're the TTRPG messiah. That's what I would say. We're coming to fulfill the promise. That's what I would say.
Rejoice.
Yeah, exactly. Rejoice. Rejoice, people in desire for role-playing. You've been told about those games, but you can become someone else.
Have you heard the good news?
Yeah.
All right.
It's a new covenant.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad we're on the same page on that.
Instead of a social contract, that's what we should call it. The covenant of the game.
Yeah.
There we go. We're turning into a cult. Oh, fuck. We've been accused of that so much.
You guys were right.
Yeah.
It always was a cult.
Yeah, it just took us some time to realize.
Open your fourth eye.
Yeah. And
There's
join
four
the 40.
eyes on ours, yeah.
Yeah.
Than the standard group of 4 or 5 adventurers that are going on a Lord of the Rings type journey. And while I do think that there is merit to that game, I don't want to denigrate that game. I've had a lot of fun playing the game where adventurers are going to Mount Doom with a ring, or that story structure. And I don't mean to denigrate that. My argument is that if Dungeons and Dragons has a meaning, then we should look to the original text for that meaning, because not doing so is actually bad for other games, because the 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, the way most people play it, is actually much closer to Tunnels and Trolls than it is OD&D or AD&D. And I think that there needs to be some historical context with that. And like,
why? It's a game.
Like that point, like on that point, she got me.
Like I understand.
I agree with her. I agree with her on that point. That if we talk about D&D, like if you want the word Dungeon Dragon to mean something, like that's what I was thinking when you arrived, right? If you want the word D&D to mean something, right, you have to agree. Like, what is D&D? Is it the first time a game called D&D was released, or is it the most recent version of D&D that's been released? Right?
Yeah,
those are very different games.
I guess I have more of a shitty words don't matter view of it when I shouldn't. But if you try
to be like academic about it, right?
Yeah.
Try to be academic about it, like, but like the term doesn't mean, like, the term means so little anymore. Then when I saw this topic post and at first, I assume that they use the term D&D just as a generic term for role-playing game, for RPG. That's how much the term means nothing now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I guess I don't know what D&D is.
And let's say I
So
played in
she's-
style back in the early 90s, and that's what we're trying to do as well. Like
How you doing, Eli?
Yeah, hello Eli, basically. By the way, I don't know why I said basically. I'm misspoken.
He's French Canadian. He doesn't know how to talk.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to
Yeah.
talk.
I'm losing my English. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I maybe I just don't know what D&D is. That's fine. I never played original
Well,
D&D.
that's the thing. That's the thing, right? We all have an idea what D&D is, but if we want to have a discussion about it, we should define the term better and like define our parameter better. And I think that's what she's going back to now.
D&D to me is just like the classes and the races, and just like
the D20,
the stereotypes that are associated with them. The D20, yeah. Initiative, armor class, that kind of stuff.
Yep. And since we also agreed that maybe D&D is not great as a role-playing game, that's also why I'm open at the question that, and I'm not convinced yet, but maybe I'm open to the question as, does it work better as a war game, right? Like, and like maybe you're right that like maybe you're right. Like I think you probably hit the nail on the head that D&D is best as a open-ended board game, kind of thing. I think you probably hit the nails on the head.
It's got a lot of the hobby aspects of wargaming, where you can like do minis and make terrain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if you want to do that stuff, D&D definitely lets you. If you're playing it,
but then like
style.
Then if we try to like classify those three things in order, then would wargame would D&D be best as this open-ended board game, then wargame, then role-playing game?
Are skirmish games war games?
Yes.
Okay. Then what was your how would you rank them?
Maybe it worked better as a war game than a role-playing game because of the skirmish aspect.
Yeah.
Like even like when we're getting ready for and then again, now like I'm talking about D&D 5e, so not what Harmony is talking there, right? It's like because she want to go back to the original meaning of D&D. But like I think this is gonna remain true for a lot of like older edition of D&D as well, from my memory. But like now, like we're getting ready for a D&D 5e campaign, and then like I'm going through the book and looking at the character class and making my characters like that. It's so much button pushing. It's button pushing, right? Like you see those things that you those power I can get and those things, and then I'm gonna have like this, those. Oh, in my turn, okay, the best. Like trying to think of like I'm just making my character, right? I'm not like, but just the way that the character creation function, like I'm choosing spell, and they're like, this spell is good. Oh, it used a bonus action, so I cannot and concentration, so I cannot use that spell at the same time as that spell. So like I cannot like do a synergy between those two. So I'm already like in this fucking like
you're
kind
crafting,
of a mindset of
you're deck building almost.
Yeah.
And you're like,
So instead of thinking about the personality of my character and stuff like that, like I'm thinking about like the button I can push and the best combo, right? Because the game is pushing me to that,
and it's good at it. Like it's a well-designed experience.
Yeah, there's some design mistake here and there, I find, but yeah. You're a rogue, therefore you sneak attack. That's all you're.
Sneak attack. That's D&D to me, you know.
Yeah. But
a lot of those elements are. At least they go back to 3rd edition. I'm sure there's a lot more similarities between 3rd and 5th and 1st and 3rd.
Sorry, what?
Is there more would you say there's more similarities between 3rd edition and 5th edition than there are between OD&D and 3rd edition?
I think like a third, like I think like the original D&D were much simpler in rules, so they probably have like more rules for role play.
So it's just kind of roll and do a thing.
Yeah, and much more like a abjuration by the ref. And when when AD&D came about, now the game became a little more mechanical. So it wasn't to the level of 3E yet, but it was in that direction. And then 3E became very mechanical and very like button pushing. And 4E was absolutely that. with no holding back at all. Completely a skirmish game, but very much so a board game. Like 4E is really like the open-ended board game, and I think 5E they try to walk it back a bit, but they're still like in this like mechanical
they kind of blurred the lines a little bit more.
Yeah, they walked it back a bit, right? But like the direction was very clear, and then like they kind of did a bit of a U-turn, but they're not all the way back to what OD&D or the first edition were.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about 4th edition, like last year. I never played it.
It's
yeah,
a very well designed game as a game, right? Like, but there's not much room for the role play, and it's very balanced and stuff like that. And it's very much so power fantasy as well. So it hit all the wrong notes for me, basically. But like, it's not a badly designed game for what it's trying to do.
I just don't know how you have an open-ended board game that's not theater of the mind. You know what I mean? I guess you have to have like a lot of generic battle maps.
Yeah, you always have a new battle map or generic.
I got a
Or you mean like if it came in a box?
Yeah, I'm not gonna pull out my 3D printed altar. I have a 3D printed altar. I need to unless you just have like bins and bins of shit on a bunch of shelves.
Generic maps that you mix and match together, right?
Yeah, I have a few of those.
Yeah,
ready to go.
Yeah, like there Eli say like this is why I keep saying Shadow Dark and more like OD&D, AD&D with basic 5 mechanics. Yeah, I think that's again like in that U-turn, like Shadow Dark, like it's keeping going in that direction of returning back to. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Eli, is that like your LinkedIn picture? You look so damn attractive and professional in that.
I mean, I understand the love of wanting to be in touch with a history of a thing that you spend so much time with, but to say that you need to be in touch with D&D as a historical context for it to be a war and imply that wargaming is the whole point of it, I don't think. I think this is getting a little too far.
Let's I want to get some other people in here too, right? And I do want to give you a chance to respond. But $5 from Soyatl, okay? D&D is best played as a dating game with your extended queer polycule network. Debate.
You agree with that, obviously.
What did I tell you earlier about like? And I didn't watch that part of the debate, right? I told you earlier like about D&D trending on Twitter, and when you go there, it's all like super over sexualized and shit like that.
Yeah,
that's the kind of shit you see, right?
Yes,
it's very degenerate, and that's also like I talked to Phil and Harmony talked to Wick, and we might. I'm not sure yet if it's gonna happen, but I wanted to have like a talk about like and that's probably gonna be in March if it happens, something like that, right? Cool. I still need to think about it and like figure out a date. But does your belief, political and religious and stuff like that, impact the play impact the way you play role-playing game? And there's this argument thrown around that only Christian can play D&D correctly, right? that's kind of like a meme argument, maybe that is thrown around sometimes.
It might have been started by Max's sock account somewhere.
It might, or no, it might have been like started by Jeffro or somebody like that, right? In the Bro Start crowd too. But in a sense, like in a
let's not. Yeah, I mean,
are
we going down this rabbit hole?
Oh yeah, it's a pretty big rabbit hole, but like I think when you see like the development, like you see like new adventure, like the Radiant Citadel, and like what you do like is like pie baking contest and shit like that, right? That doesn't feel like the right play to play D&D. It doesn't feel like what you should do in those kind of game.
Yeah.
But I think that's also a result from like the general zeitgeist of the society moving away from. So anyway, stay tuned, guy. We might have this talk at some point, and let me know in the comment down below if you're interested in that. If you watch that, it's a secret. It's a secret, maybe possible future spoiler for something upcoming, a teaser. Maybe Harmony won't want to talk to me after that.
I mean, just like if you ever get a chance, go look up Striper album covers and tell me that's not badass. You
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Striper is a Christian power metal band.
Is it with a I or with
It's with
a
a
Y?
Y. Yeah.
1P or 2P?
STRYPER.
All right, I'm gonna go check.
It just makes me want to play D&D.
Already?
Or not D&D, obviously, but I'm using D&D as a synonym for role playing.
Yeah. Oh, you were doing it.
I was doing
I love
They got me.
A lot of air metal shit and a lot of like fire and like religious picture. Oh yeah, the Throne of God. Yeah. But it seemed very power fantasy too. I like the more grimy stuff. But
Well, yeah, I think it depicts most of them as like archangels slaying demons and stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
At the right hand of the Father. Anyways.
Oh, I forgot to mention in Discord that I was doing a stream. I'm such a bad streamer.
Come on. I think so the dude is in the middle is kind of what I think. Like D&D means something different now.
Yeah.
And it's not the fault, I guess, because it's changed owners.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's the current owner's fault.
Yeah,
like,
I agree
they have
with that.
marketed in the hybrid board game way. Although I don't know that it ever wasn't. Sounds like Harmony Ginger's kind of advocating for that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
no one's
but like,
talking
I don't know
role playing really.
I don't know if I don't know which one. I don't know which, like when we talk about D&D, I don't know what definition of D&D should prevail, like the original one, or the current one, right? That people understand, right? Just like
they're both important.
Yeah,
and I think you want
different.
to. One of the old one is like the check on the evolved one, and you want to keep checking in.
Yeah, but like it's very different than its root. But then again, like that's what I was saying as well. Like a lot of things when they're new, they're not necessarily like in their final form yet, right? Like I was making earlier, like the example I think before you joined, the example with computer, right? It's like wouldn't say like computer use cards, punch card to function, right? Like, and you would make the argument like, oh, that's how they used to work, so that should be part of the definition of using a computer. You know, like that'd be silly. So nobody that role-playing game evolved from wargame.
Yeah, I guess so. It's not really like a equivalent metaphor.
It's not, you think?
No.
Why not?
Because the outcomes are different. With original D&D and current D&D, you're looking for different outcomes. With a computer, you're looking for the same outcome, except one way sucks. One way is better.
You? At first, like the outcome, you're just looking for them to crunch.
I love punch cards. This is why I use computers.
Yeah, it's so fun to punch those cards in the right way and keeping them all in order in your box and inserting them one after the other.
I love mixing them all up and reorganizing them.
There's people that fucking love using old computer. That's a hobby in itself, right?
I'm sure it is.
But no, but I'm saying like when something
probably
new
also
arrive,
like
right?
white box D&D. What's up?
Yeah, I'm saying when something new arrives, right? Like it doesn't necessarily like doesn't mean it's its final form, and we shouldn't like hold on to the original form because it was the first one to come, right? It's like we're like going around like blindly like trying to figure out
final form. Is there anything that's in its final form? Stuff that's gone. Yeah, stuff that's dead.
Maybe, but then again, they decompose, they get forgotten, they get rebirthed, right?
Yeah,
life is changed.
Everything changes.
Yeah. That's the only constant is change.
But is it better if words don't?
That's an interesting question. I'm French.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah,
and French is a very like top-down language, right? Where
French
we have like
is
those,
a great example.
And why English is a very bottom-up language.
Yeah.
So very different philosophy there.
Way more useful too.
Except when like words mean one thing and their opposite.
Except when French people get all arrogant.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Like Chubby Funster. Like they should have made variation. D&D Classic, D&D Tactics, D&D Friendship is Magic. There you go. Those are better word than going the Spider-Man the Spider-Man route.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that is a excellent solution.
Yeah.
Actually,
There you go. That'll be.
then
And
you
like I said,
you make the games that specifically cater to those niches.
yeah. And then
you
keep,
can
you
get,
keep
and
the
then you can make
branding.
one. Yeah, you can make one D&D Infinite.
Yeah.
Like J. Scott Garibay says, and it's like the encompassing generic rule set.
Unplayable, but
Totally
it's
unplayable
all
as a
rules and
role-playing
the
game.
opposite.
Yeah.
But you're gonna play it until you die anyway.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Bro.
That's the most
Thank
Seattle
you
comment
for
I've
the
ever heard.
$5. But I know Jack was raising his hand, want to get in there and stuff. So I want to give a chance to him, and I want to hear what other people think, because I guess the question that has come up, I think, is like, what is the point of Dungeons and Dragons, right? I think you guys are touching on this. Like, what are we trying to do? What separates Dungeons and Dragons from any other game? And that's an interesting question to me. But go ahead, Jack. You wanted to...
That's an interesting question. Before Jack go in, what's
You want me to go in? You want me to dive in?
Why not? Pretend like you're a panelist on that show.
Well, great question, Wick. Is that his name?
Yep.
Great question, Wick. I would say it depends what the people want to do with it. And it's a tool that can do a lot of stuff. Like you can role play, or you can make it into a skirmish war game.
Are you being like facetious now?
No, it's my whole point. D&D
point?
isn't
Yeah.
Role-playing games in general. They're all just suggestions. I don't really see. I'm not a raw guy.
No, but when the question is like, what make D&D different than any other game, right? And if you go specifically with D&D, like, because oftentimes we talk about that, we say like, what make role-playing game different than any other game? Is the role-playing.
Yeah, and the open-endedness of it, I would say, is a very unique feature of role-playing games.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because you could do that in a war game, right? If you do like this unending campaign, right? You have like this. That was Braunstein was, right?
Are we saying what are the features of D&D, or what are we saying right now?
Of role-playing game.
Okay, of role-playing games. Okay.
Yeah, and if you play like a video game, in a sense, like Ultima Online, like an MMO, that's also can be like very open-ended. Couldn't it be?
It's not though, right?
Is it not?
You can't do anything.
Oh yeah, but there's no end. There's no end game. That's what I mean. Like there's no like.
Oh, okay. What I'm saying is there's no limitations on. Aside from limitations, there are limitations. Like you can't break gravity and stuff, unless you can. But
unless you can.
But you can't just say whatever you want in a video game. You can't like make your fingers. I can't do this.
Yeah.
In a video game.
Yep. That's true.
Why am I doing this? I don't know. I felt like it.
But like but like that's the thing, right? The question is like okay, so that's what the question, what role-playing games are role-playing games different than any other games? That's maybe one answer there. But if you go back to what makes D&D different than any other game, it's a very different question.
Yeah. And I would say it is the main draw of D&D as a game is that it's open. It's your ability to do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Unless you have like a really GM.
Well, then you're not a good GM. I mean,
let's see what they're gonna say.
The guy who gets to do whatever he wants is the GM.
I'm sensing some talking past one another on the part of Harmony.
And he's the only one playing.
Maybe I can actually.
Yeah.
Everyone else is doing.
Use something Soy said to maybe bring the disparate sides together, and that is, I agree that role playing is an incredibly important part of the game, but no one has actually taken the time to consider that the Dungeon Master isn't playing the Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master is playing a character as well. That character is the world. you are playing not just the NPC behind the bar serving drinks, but you are the barmaid who is tripping over and flashing the patrons accidentally. You
went straight to degenerate.
Yep.
Immediately started making the barmaid naked.
Yeah. That's modern D&D for you. That's what I was telling you. That's what happened when like you're not Christian.
You know what that GM?
You turn D&D into like this kind of like weird sex thing.
Yeah.
But
sorry,
yeah,
I don't know who that
GM,
guy is. I'm sure he's awesome.
The GM is playing the world and
Sure.
is playing the NPCs, and the barmaid is an NPC, right? And just like, and you're also like the difference between the GM and the other player is that you play more than one character.
So is he saying that it's not a war game because there's a GM? Is that his point?
No, he's talking about like
what's the point of D&D or what?
Yeah, and he's talking like that he's being in character, and even a GM has character. It's playing character as the world and NPCs.
Okay.
You're the Dark Lord in his tower forging the ring, so to speak. You are the continents being formed millennia ago. You are the gods. You are the powers that keep the world turning. And the reason this is important is because when you consider that the Dungeon Master is playing the world, then you need to start simulating that world. Very easy example I can give for this, because I don't play in the way that Harmony does, although I do try and have elements of fantasy simulation within my game. I had a party of drow hunters going after my player characters as they attempted to approach a shrine of Elistray. These drow hunters had 2 custom monsters I'd made called drow stalkers. All they did was sneak and have rogue-like abilities with extra potent poison. They have advantage on stealth checks. They have a very high plus to their stealth. Both members of that drow hunting party, I rolled the stealth for. Do you want to know what happened? They both...
I don't.
No. Like when like I'm with you there, Phil. And I was about I paused there because I wanted to comment on that. Like when people like, oh, there you go, Dubon, get it there. Like beyond mechanics, exactly. When people like start telling you about their fucking D&D game,
and
it's all about like fucking mechanics and shit like that. It's like, what? Why are you telling me that?
You already had your chance to tell your story in your game. I don't have to suffer for that, do I?
Yeah.
I'm sure he has a point if we just let it play for 10 more seconds, but
yeah, but I wanted to react to
I like trolling him.
Oh, sorry.
Just leave that on. Just leave that on while you play the rest. I want to get to some of the comments though, but
with the roll. They had advantage. They both rolled below 10. All the players knew exactly where they were as soon as they entered the area they were hiding in. And it's that sort of simulation that you need to run in order to make sure that you're not cheating your players out of earned experiences. They have built their characters to have a certain statistic, in this case perception, which would allow them to spot these characters hiding badly.
So finish your point.
What's the point of that? What is he even talking about?
He's talking about like being like fairness, basically, I guess.
I feel like I'm pulling a Shauner here and I missed the first part that he's responding to. And I'm just like, who cares? Like, what are you talking about?
It seemed to have a lot of like talking past each other. Like a question is pause and like somebody start answering and then like they're losing the plot, right? Kind of, right? Just like telling about like mechanics and shit.
This feels like because I think that Wick asked, "What is the point of playing D&D?" Didn't he ask?
Yeah, I think the question was what D&D make different than other games.
Yeah. Okay, so the game master. Okay.
And he talked about the game master. And he's talking about like he did the whole example with the mechanics, and this point of talking so much about fucking mechanics is about like you have to run this simulation, this mechanical simulation, to preserve the fairness of the world because the player made those characters with those statistics, and then like rolling dice and stuff like that, and then it's not you as a GM just like being arbitrary. Which
just you describing what he said is making me tired.
Yeah. It's come to the point. You wanted to go some comment? You can go ahead, Phil.
I just feel okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. All right, let's Okay, first of all, I wanted to call this out. Nailed it. All right, and fantasy is a Catholic genre. Agreed.
Yep.
Yep, did that. Hey, Nerdy Ogre. Hey, Doc
Yeah,
Flamingo. Or you could switch over to Palladium. I just might. You know what I was watching? Can we do an aside real quick?
Yes, of course.
I was watching 13th Warrior today.
Oh, I don't like that movie.
Why not? Because
It's too historically inaccurate.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is. But it's the kind of game I want to run in Palladium. Just like no magic almost.
But yeah, you get me there.
And just like all humans, no magic.
Yeah. That's the kind of game I like, you know that.
Oh yeah. But then I was thinking that should be a Bastard Sword game. Anyways,
everything should be a Bastard Sword game.
Everything should be Bastard Sword. D&D grew out of wargaming and it's still there in its DNA. I agree. Even after all the new additions, it's still a skirmish game adapted to role-playing. I agree. It's like a skirmish game that enjoys the no boundaries aspect of what's on the back of the box of role-playing games. All right. The goal of WotC is to destroy any comparative advantage to playing D&D over playing other systems. I wish them the best of luck. What does this mean?
The goal of WotC is to destroy any comparative advantage to playing D&D over. Well, I'm not sure what that means because it sounds.
Oh, does it sound like
he's trying to destroy D&D basically, like right?
Yeah. So
why do you want to play
trying
D&D versus other system?
The most vanilla role-playing game possible. Is that kind of what he's saying?
They want to make it back like the. Oh, you're gonna play like? Why would you play something else than D&D, right?
Yeah.
So D&D has to kind of do like everything, but
sounds like a Rifts game. It won't be. It'll be Palladium Fantasy.
Yeah. There you go.
The most vanilla. I nailed it.
Yeah.
Me and Chubby.
You got it.
Chubby Funster. All right, we're good.
All right, let's play.
What do you? Did you have anything to say about it? You kind of said it, and I fell asleep. I forgot. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, it's not important. We can move on.
I agree.
I just take issue with your foundational premise that the GMs run the world, or the
well.
world.
What I mean is, if you extrapolate that out, the dungeon master sets the pieces on the board, kind of like a deist deity, if you like. Well, that's what you do. You world build. It is the basis of the game. I mean, if you want
players are the ones that make.
Why is the DM the only person involved in the world building?
Oh,
not necessarily.
Wick. What about it?
That's also something that Harmony and the Bro SR people and the Brownstein people. That's a point that we agree on. The collaborative world building.
Wick's gonna make a good old collaborative world building argument.
Yeah.
Love that.
I mean, Harmony runs it in a way that her players play the Pantheon and do other such things.
So
but the
it
basic
would be
mode
more
of play,
correct, perhaps, to say that the dungeon master is one player of the world, but the players, at least her.
Well, they
argument
inhabit
she can make her
the
own
world.
argument for her, right? Like
they inhabit the world. But let's. I think you could possibly.
Now they fucking need it. They need to
shut the fuck up and listen to each
they
other.
need to listen to each other. Fuck's sake. We're not always good at that. Also, like. I'm at this point. I don't know why they make those fucking talk in StreamYard, right? Like, not in StreamYard. They do like in Discord, and the sound is all over the place. Like the sound doesn't balance itself.
They're doing Discord.
Yeah, it's a terrible experience.
Yeah,
but anyway, that's a different thing. At some point, you see like some people like start screaming and it's like super loud, and the next people you can fucking hear, right? But yeah, like guys, fucking listen to each other.
Yeah.
We're
not always good at that, but we try.
Possibly agree with me. The basic mode of play that most people experience is the GM is basically the mechanic force behind everything that is non-player, which is why we make the distinction between player character and non-player character. Which is why we say, oh, the player can go through and under a fog of war, and this is where you would make it into a war game, create a nation for themselves at higher levels in advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So you're actually sort of siding with Harmony quite hard there, as you've sort of come in at me, which is quite interesting. What I'm trying to say,
he agrees
is,
with that. He thinks that it is a war game. That's yeah.
Yeah.
No,
so what I'm attempting to say is that the world is simulation. And to answer your other question, Pursuit, as to why does being in touch with historicity on this sort of point matter? It matters because if you want good games, if you want things that are substantially good and not just a meme for a Saturday night, if you want something that will truly touch someone's soul, then you're better off going with older sources, because those things reference older things still. More modern things tend to reference newer things. And to coin something of a phrase, D&D has become something of a self-referential circle, like pissing in one's own mouth. It just gets worse each time you taste it.
Why is this dude so degenerate every time?
What do you think? Does it taste
now?
worse?
Now
every
he's
time you taste
pissing in his mouth.
it? And does it taste worse every time you do it?
I don't know.
No, you don't have any point on any opinion on that.
I'm sure it does. You know, you get more shit in the from your body.
You
and
cannot
your pee.
you
Are we
cannot
talking
drink
about
your piss
this?
more than 7 times, right?
There
You know
you
that.
go. That's science.
At some point, like it become too concentrated and then it become toxic. But 6 is fine. You can drink your own piss
And it
6
tastes
times.
just as good as the first.
Well, probably not, but
Yeah.
you don't do it for taste, right? You do it for the anyway.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know why he goes there, right? As an example, but like I'm not the one to criticize because often.
What is
like,
okay? So his point
Right.
is older sources are better than newer sources because newer sources are self-referential.
I think it's true that modern D&D is extremely self-referential. Like people, like the way people play like people play D&D, they try to, like, we used to emulate a world, right? Do a simulation of a world. But now people try to do like emulate Critical Role and shit like that. A lot of like new player, that's what they try to do, right? So it's not like a. So I think is right in that sense, right? Like Critical Role emulate people playing D&D, and now people that came in D&D from there emulate people playing Critical Role.
How often have you played with new players?
No, I didn't, but I watched like an actual play and shit like that.
Okay,
That's
so
that's how I made my
saying
opinion.
like new actual plays
That's
are
true,
trying
right?
to tap
No,
into
that's very
Role.
fair. It's probably not true, but also like from the horror story you see on Reddit and shit like that, right?
Yeah,
Not a
I've heard this argument a
random
lot.
using that site.
I've heard this argument a lot, and I don't think Critical Role is as popular as Dungeons and Dragons. I guess by definition, it can't be.
It's probably like a self-selected subset, right? That of
Yeah.
people that are online and shit like that, right? That and people that are problem people, right?
Because
Reddit
I find that and I think that this is kind of like a thing. This is one of our greatest hits, is that people who are new to role playing are typically better role players, or they have a quicker.
They don't have to unlearn those old habits, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just pushing back a little bit on.
But we also don't have like people like those people that are new. They don't come with. It's not people that are new, but come with preconceived assumption of what role playing should be because they watch those live play, right?
Yeah, we got a lot of rehab.
Like the watching live play can pollute someone's mind about role play quite a bit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I now that you're saying that, the last time I played with new players, they were all like, I watched a lot of Critical Role, so okay, I agree with you now.
Yeah. So, and that was me kind of agreeing with is that Jack? Is that guy Jack?
I don't know anyone's name.
Yeah. Anyway, this guy, right? Like I know, I know one is named Jack, and one is named like something like Soy Pill, and I forgot, and one is named in Pursuit of Knowledge.
Yeah.
But I know which one is which. So because they don't have like little name tag like we do. Because they're not on StreamYard, they're on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a silly place to be.
Yeah. And and so that's the point also, but like he was making another point outside of like he made kind of 2 points, right? Outside of like the self-referential thing, which I agree with him. Oh, you talk about like the fog of war and stuff like that. You still have that even if you're not doing a war game. The fog of war is not something that is like unique to war game.
Yeah.
Like your character doesn't know everything that's going on in the world.
agree.
There's always, so then they know what they experience. So
yeah, but he's the pro RPG argument.
Yes.
He's saying it's a role-playing game. So I think he is stating that Fog of War is a role-playing game thing then, right?
No, he was saying that he was
should probably listen better. My
Yeah, he
fault.
was good. But we should probably try to make his point better. I'm obviously not putting the fault on myself. I'm throwing it at somebody else.
I was drunk at the time. No, no, no.
Let me listen more.
I would definitely recommend getting in touch with the history of the game because it does actually produce very edifying games.
I'm not surprised a British guy from the old world of Europe believes that we need to stay in touch with their roots. I understand. But here in America, we believe in new things, okay? We do love creating new standards, okay? No, I'm playing.
Just go.
I do want to.
Honestly,
He said America, so I had to agree with him. That's just
Oh,
a
yeah.
thing Americans have to do. Yeah.
USA.
Yeah.
Talking about the
I almost
history
started
is,
chanting.
I know we're not supposed to talk politics in this panel, but this almost seems like a constitutionalist argument where it's like, well, this was the
Absolutely.
history,
No,
and
no, no,
therefore
no,
we
no.
should
That's
come
what I
to
hear.
Like, I'm not saying there aren't good parts. I'm sure like you could pick and choose. I don't know. I know there's different editions, and it's like, okay, this one has better ones, this one has better.
It's more of an
And it's-
Appendix N argument.
Oh, okay,
That-
gotcha. But
let's-
what I'm
let's-
asking is like, what's to say the older version?
That's also Appendix N is also something like I'm fucking tired of hearing. Also, to be fair,
He gets it.
like being terminally online, like kind of like ruined the letter N for me. I cannot fucking hear like N without giggling a bit. But
What? What are you saying?
the letter N every
Uh-huh.
time anyway, let's not go there.
No, I didn't understand what your original point was. Sorry.
No, like he's saying, oh no, like, going back to old thing, that's an argument for Appendix N. And I was just complaining that I'm fucking tired of hearing about Appendix N.
Do people talk about Appendix N a lot?
Yeah. Oh, you just should read those books from the Appendix N and they put that like, on a pedestal like it's not fucking trash literature.
Yeah.
But I guess like it's American, they wouldn't know like good literature if they.
I don't never mind. I don't want to say anything mean right now.
Why not?
Okay.
Right now.
I was gonna say I don't really get the Gygax worship.
I don't either.
Okay.
Like
I see him about at the same tier as like Steve Jackson.
I disagree on that, right? Like Gygax, I think is a very influential game designer.
He is.
Is probably the most modern day influential game designer because like the mechanics that he introduced in D&D seeped out a lot in so many game and video game and a lot of board games, stuff like that. So like his influence on game design is huge.
He's like, I see him like the Beatles. I don't like the Beatles.
I don't like the Beatles either.
But they're pretty influential.
Are they?
Music.
Bad influence.
That's what.
But that's the
people
thing. Like
say.
you know, I can
Maybe
say that
it's nice.
Gygax was very influential. Doesn't mean that everything is said was right or that his shit didn't stink, right? Just like, you know.
Maybe he's more like a watershed person. I don't know. He sparked a movement.
You can say that.
I
Like, you know,
think
there's like
evolved
game
beyond
design
him.
before. Yeah, there's game design before Gygax and game design after Gygax.
Mhm.
And there's some game designer that you can point to like that, right? And it's like,
Yeah. But I think he was designing a war game that was open ended and had
yes, he
persistent
was.
shit.
But he also like brought wargame to something else. I think he's kind of like the first one that brought the wargame to the individual, right?
I don't know.
I think that's his big contribution. And then
Oh, you mean to
bringing
the individual soldier?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then bringing the open-endedness of that, like you're gonna play this guy for a long campaign, stuff like that, right? Just like, but before doing D&D, he was designing wargame. That was his chick, right?
I did that with my big box of Shogun, which is now called Samurai Swords. Me and my brothers, we would pick out little guys, and then we'd play make believe.
Yeah.
So it's like, did Gary Gygax get into my 6-year-old head and?
No,
tell
because
me
like
to do
make believe exists, but like the difference with when you systematize it as a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes the difference between just like doing make believe and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
And maybe it did get through your 6-year-old.
It just seems like such an obvious evolution. Board games and war games exist. People like to play
make
with their
believe,
little dolls.
Somebody had to do it.
Okay.
Like I'm not saying like it's not like if he was the first
You're
one
right.
to
You're
create
making
electricity,
a
right?
great point. You're making a great point.
Sorry, you just want me to move on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just I just want you to know that I agree with you. I see what your point is, that like someone has to actually make that innovation for the innovation to happen, and I guess they deserve credit for it.
Yeah.
Is better or worse.
I'm not saying the older version is
You literally just said
better
that.
or not.
That
No,
we
I'm
should be more
saying
in
getting
tune because
you
it's
should be more in tune with the historicity of things, because you find better mechanics from it, such as simulating the world does provide a more edifying experience. You don't have to take my word for it; you can try it. But
this is an ignorance question. Is
that's the other point I wanted to talk about. Like I forgot. You talk about like simulating the world, and I'm now like in the mindset that I would say the number one duty of the GM, and I'd be interested to have your view on that. The number one duty of a GM is to preserve the verisimilitude of the world, and that's a duty that is partly shared with the player. But the player, their number one duty is to preserve the verisimilitude of their character, and then like also contribute to the. Like you would agree with that?
Yeah, especially and it gets harder the longer the campaign goes, right?
Yeah, but it's also like having like people that like the NPC react in a manner that makes sense.
Right.
Having just not like, oh, a rock suddenly fall from the sky, right? Just like all this kind of thing. Yeah. So I think that I've been thinking about that lately, and I think that what I would say would be like the role of the GM, right?
I agree.
So when you talk about like
I think that's a great boiled down description of the responsibilities.
Well, I'm glad you are, because like on Friday I'm gonna be on a Legend of Myth talking about the role of the GM and the role of the player. So
I guess I could skip it because I already know what you're gonna say.
But you might want to hear what the other panelists have to say.
I'll drop in. I'll say I agree with Max, and I'll let it run on 3 devices.
So I'm saying for people in chat, like, don't miss out on Friday on Legend of Myth. I'm gonna be there, like, talking about the role of the GM and the role of the player to other people that maybe have different views. So we'll try to see if I can change some minds.
Spoiler: they have different views.
People can change their minds. Something.
Yeah. People always change their mind. They're always convinced about other things.
So this was this thing like I wanted to pose there because like that's also a point that this guy, the British guy, the Brit Bung made that I kind of agree with. This idea of Also, I don't know if I'm gonna go through this whole video, but I put the link in the description. So if you want to finish the debate, and at some point, like I think at some point we're gonna go in circle. So at some point it's gonna be like not gonna be a point of going on. But yeah, this is like when you talk about a GM like doing the simulation of the world, I would give him a point on that.
Let's hit these comments real quick.
Yep.
Gygax wanted to publish quickly because he knew RPG idea was easily replicable, and he didn't want to be beaten to the punch by someone that saw one of their demos. I agree.
Yep.
Jaeger, fair point, but I applaud their efforts and hope they continue to follow the same trajectory. And to Max's point, which I think is his point, he won, so he should get the glory.
Exactly. Even on our son, right? And,
especially his son should get the glory.
No, like Anderson. Oh, yeah. Like the other guy.
The guy.
The other guy, yeah, the guy that did Blackmore.
Yeah, he obviously got the glory since neither of us can think of his name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he should get some. He's not gonna get it from me. Yeah, Arneson. Yeah, there you go. I was close enough. I was close enough that if I say it drunk, you can say that's what I said.
simulating the world more prevalent in the previous editions than it is in the newer ones?
I believe so.
Done away with it. Oh, okay.
I very much believe so. I mean, it can be done in most any game, I believe, to varying degrees of success. But when I say going and looking at the historicity of things, if you look at the newer versions of Dungeons and Dragons, and we've already had one commenter make a joke about such and such sexuality, polycule, or other such thing, that sort of thing is a result, I think, of stagnation. Whereas if you look at the rich breeding of the hobby of the fantasy genre as a whole, which is more my sort of thing, you go back and you look at Appendix N and you look at what inspired all the fantasy novels of today, then you see underneath it the mythology of the world itself, and you realize this is actually a very deep human expression of wanting to be better than we are, as you say.
Role-playing game. Yes, I agree.
But I'm not disagreeing. You see, I am not in the war game camp nor the role-playing camp. This is a fourth category. And I'm quoting a work that I still need to read by Robert Kuntz there, one of the people that were at the beginning. Like, this is a completely new thing. It takes things from both wargaming and from role-playing and from board games and all the other things. It is a completely new thing. It's only been around 40 or 50 years.
I do want to.
That's what I'm saying all the time. You can never compare role-playing games to anything because it always falls short. The comparison always falls short. Well, I guess you can compare, but it doesn't match. You can't say it should be more like this because this is how it works in a movie, or because this is how.
Oh yeah. It's a different medium
with role-playing games. Yeah,
it's like role-playing are not there to emulate books or movie or board game or war game. It's there. It's its own medium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's making the hybrid board game argument. Just saying.
Yeah,
I really didn't want to like the British guy.
I agree with you
because I'm American.
Yeah. No, I get your point, but he's making some good point there, right? Just like
I guess.
Yeah. And he's
But is he talking about D&D? I don't know.
Or is he talking about role playing in general? Because that's going to be the big lynch point in this argument, in this debate.
If he can say D&D is not just a role playing game, then I will agree with him 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being hyperbolic, but yes.
I'm going to hear some other people's opinions here and get some other people in. Richard, I'm curious where you're standing on this. Haven't heard from you in a while. What do you think?
Well, I was curious if I got Harmony right. She has some players that are sort of playing gods or patrons, and they have characters, or they have, I guess, player characters under them. Do those players conflict with each other? Is it player versus player?
Sometimes.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
It works well.
Very distracting as he's walking around.
Focus of the game.
Sorry, what?
It's very distracting as he's just like walking around in circles, like around his room. Like the light keeps shifting.
Oh yeah, with the phone. Yeah.
Is not on the characters, it is on the world. So most players have 2 or more characters that they work with. I have 2 characters who are engaged in some sort of spy versus spy assassination duel that's been going on for like 3 weeks now, where they're each kind of chasing each other down, trying to be the first to assassinate the other. And when players have buy-in into the world, like when they're playing patrons, when they have a way to seriously affect the world that goes beyond their player character, then you can have PvP, because if they die, well, they have other characters, and that's not their main buy-in into the world.
Uh-oh.
What do you think of that?
I think Harmony possibly doesn't trust her players very much.
You think so?
You have buy-in in the world, and you can manipulate your world as a player character. And you should be. But I guess she's saying beyond. I really like her, what she said on the Legion of Myth thing with y'all, when she said the best way to not be upset about character death is respecting the world. I think that is a really good way to think about how I think we do that.
But what I don't like about what she's saying there, right? What I don't like about saying there is like when she's saying like your character is not your main buying in the world, and I think that's where she loses me.
Mm-hmm.
I think your character should be like, yes, I'm all for co-creation of the world, and at the start in session 0, right? And then when you're your character, you can have an impact on the world and an influence on the world through your character action, but it should always be like through your character action. I guess when you do like when they have the god, maybe the god is also one of the character that they play.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the main character.
And maybe that's the main character and that's their main buying in the world, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then like the little people that they play is just like a side thing that they do, right? For some reason.
I think that she's floating around what we're saying, or what she said at Legion of Myth, where the players are more bought in. The buy-in is the world. It's not their characters, which I agree with.
You agree with?
Yeah, sort of. Like I care more about the verisimilitude. What does buy-in mean? Like, what does that even mean?
Why you're invested in the game? That's how I hear it, right?
Okay.
Because she talk about like a
I'm not
if your character
invested in
die,
the game.
like your character get killed, and you don't get mad. I don't get mad if my character die because he probably died because of the choice I made, like the risk I took and shit like that, right? I probably have like some end in his demise.
Yeah.
So there's one thing already. And then also,
I think my buy-in is the end product story, and like I really want cool stuff to happen, and I really want it to make sense.
And like, in a sense, like I'd rather my character die.
Yeah.
If it makes sense to preserve the verisimilitude of the world, so maybe am I more buy-in in the world in that case? Would that what it mean?
That is my argument. That.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Care more about the world than my character's life.
Yeah, I care more about the simulation. Yeah. So maybe I'm with you on that, right? But
But she tricks you into doing that by giving you a god that is immortal.
And giving you a bunch of character to play that they're basically disposable. That's the point I have a problem with. I don't want the character to be disposable.
You shouldn't think of your character as disposable, for sure.
Because I want you to be. Yeah, exactly. I want you to be in your character, and I want you to your character should most likely want to survive. There's always like people that have that wish happen, and they would probably be like more frequent in the adventuring kind of.
You should role play. You should role
play. Yeah, that's the point, right? Yeah. So I don't want you just like I don't want your character to just be a pawn, right? Oh, I'm playing the top hat or the dog, right? Just like
I'm playing the top hat. Yeah. I'm playing fighter 3rd level.
Yeah.
Today.
Exactly.
In my deck of characters.
Like I don't want that, right? I want your character to have if I'm sitting at a table with you, or if I watch the game like when they're live playing, and I cannot like after like a few minutes tell like your like a few personality trait of your character, you don't have a character. You just have a character sheet. I don't want you to play a character sheet.
Yeah.
I want you to play a character.
And so if you had 6 characters,
I would hate that because like going from one to the other week after week.
Yeah.
How do you keep track of all that? It's a lot.
That's what I was going to ask. So I think that you got to have some footnotes there.
Yeah, and you
3 personality traits.
And you have to make them like very limited in scope, right? It's going to be like you cannot develop them in depth. You cannot all develop them in depth, right?
They're all tropes. They're all tropes for sure.
Yeah, and they're all going to be like you with a thing like with a twist.
Well, I pretty much always do trope that evolves based on story.
Yeah, but it's also like we talk about like starting with a low resolution character, right? And then you kind of figure out what your character. You have some basis, but you figure out what your character is through play. Like you figure out who you are in life through going through life.
Okay.
You figure out your people think they are one way until they get tested, right? It's in Crisis that you find your character.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing.
So it's harder to do that for sure.
Yeah.
With multiple characters, with a bunch.
I would say so.
How many characters do you think? 1 god, 2 regulars, 2 normies?
That she does that, or that would be
what does she do? I don't know.
She said
Or
that.
wrong?
She said that. I think she said that every character has 2 or more. Every player has 2 or more character. I don't know if that involved the god or not. I don't think it involved the god.
You gotta get her in. Get her in the stream.
Well, it's late now.
See if she'll hop in. Anyways, go for it.
So
I've found PvP happens with or without playing like you. I mean, I've killed a character recently.
Oh,
and just had players kill each other in the last little session. It's all that hard work to build up one character, and the party turns around and murders him.
Yeah, but you're evil, and I drew you as evil earlier.
True, I am indeed evil.
I do believe that
Great honor, by the way.
in a conventional game, as most people play, PvP does not work, and I wouldn't do it in those games. But when players are playing patrons and have a connection to the world that goes beyond their player character, then it does work much better. Certainly.
What? It does work. Why does fucking much betterly? Fucking YouTube does that. Fucking closed caption.
I don't know. AI shit.
Talk about This talk about like the fucking PvP, well, again, like character versus character fucking works. I don't know why people are so scared of it.
I was thinking that I should have killed you. What would you have done if Eli shot you to kill you and then stole your ship? Like, what would we have done?
Well, you would have.
I feel like that was a very possible outcome.
I would have tried to fight you.
He just assassinated you in your sleep.
Yeah. You could have done it. I wouldn't be mad. I said, "Oh man, that's."
It's just like it totally changes what Horizon's about, though. You know.
Yeah, and
sorry,
why not? Right? Just like I'm this fucking guy, right? That take on like randos on his ship.
Yeah,
and like getting.
You almost left me on the ship without you. You're about to. Like, if
Yeah.
I just like leave with the Horizon.
Fucking I left. Yeah.
Who gets the story? Do I get the story or do you get the story?
The ship. You follow the ship.
Yeah, but you're the main character.
Am I the main character?
Right now, I would say.
Yeah.
You're the longest running character.
I guess. But I don't know. It could have been interesting to see what going. You just follow the ship.
Yeah.
Maybe we have a Crispy like do a alternate.
Yeah,
week.
It would be different. Yeah.
Then we're gonna be another one time.
Crispy would desperately be trying to put us back together. I think.
Yeah.
He'd be like, "You gotta go back." Nah, I'm not saying he's a Rails GM. I'm saying that.
But it's also depend like how Alan would have reacted, right? Alan is always like this easy come, easy go kind of guy,
yeah,
right?
He would have been like, "All right, well, we're here now."
Yeah, right. It's time to do something else now, right?
Just floating. But would you have cared that I had? Sorry, it's such a huge tangent. Would you have cared that I had Brick's coffin?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Something to think about. We're planning.
Yeah, that would be a huge one. I'm gonna kill you next game.
You better. Not if I kill you first.
Yeah. Well, I'm hard to kill. Better come ready. I min-max that character. Shit.
That'll be all right.
I always seen it as like a lot of things I think we're talking about. Like, let's say you had an engine, you have cogs, gears, levers, pistons, this, that, and people would be like, the best part of engineering is the cogs, or the best part of engineering is the pistons, or something like that. But I often hear, like, I think what you're talking about sounds neat. I've tried games like that before. We have multiple characters, or what I would call like a clutch. Like each player has a little clutch of characters that they can kind of play, and they kind of form a guild, or they can get sub guilds. And that's a really interesting form of play. I don't think that in any way excludes or diminishes how much role playing you can put into it.
No, of course not.
Well, we obviously just disagreed with that. So
yeah. So I guess we don't have to reply to that now because we just disagreed with that. But yeah. I think that those guys
are trap, old man.
Yeah, I think those guys, like, that's the thing, right? They don't have a proper definition of role play. Like, if you ask them, like, what does role play mean to you? They're gonna say, like, well, like you make a funny voice and you talk as you're like, but like, they don't really have like a functional theory of what role play is. They also just assume the term.
Also, I guess the Braunstein
Stein.
Brownstein.
Brownstein.
I guess they probably get the whole, oh, I've played that way before. They probably get those.
Oh yeah.
terms a lot.
Oh yeah. They certainly get that a
I've
lot.
totally done that. I know what it
Yeah.
is.
Like we do, right?
Yeah, like we do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do this old character.
Oh yeah,
too.
I've played just like you're describing before. It's okay.
Yeah, but I prefer just talking about mechanics and doing turn by committee. I prefer when a round of combat take 45 minutes.
I'm sure out of your way, but I really love my hour-and-a-half long combats where we just talk about what would happen if I did something.
Yes. No, I'm not doing anything.
I'm not.
But just
what
what if I were to do that?
I guess I could do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could I? What would happen then? Like, and like fucking like 3 things happen during the game in 2 hours. Yeah. That's.
And then after the negotiation, you go, then do that. Enter.
Yeah.
And then we just yada yada the result. We get to it. Yeah.
But and then you after that the GM has to describe everything that finally happened.
Thank you. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to speak.
Like, yeah, and then it's the next guy's turn and say like, so what happened now?
So
where's everybody? What actually did happen? I checked out 45 minutes ago. So yeah, if that's your preferred way to play, right? That's that's fine.
I've tried Bronstein, but I prefer that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Anyways.
There, do those questions. When are you all doing the 5e game with the humanoid? The first session is gonna be Saturday, but it's every other week, so it's gonna be like next Saturday. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday, and it's gonna be at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So it's an afternoon game for me, evening game for Zonalar, and morning game for Yekrep, because it's a very wide spanning
Where the
game.
hell's Yekrep live? He's Australian, right, or something?
Alaska.
Oh, badass.
Yeah. It's probably the most badass state.
We should go start a compound for our cult in Alaska.
I like it.
Something
I like the idea. Yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that off stream.
Yep. Yeah, it's a different kind of desert for you, like, right? The cold desert.
As long as it's a desert.
Yeah, and the game sort of heavily supports combat. As you go back into editions, it supports resource management, tracking of resources, tracking of time. And in more recent, they've lost some of that. But I think in general, there's not usually a lot of role-playing mechanics, actually. So a lot of the role-playing reminds me of when I was a kid. I would play, we had this little submarine game, and it was just a Nintendo game. You go underwater and shoot fish and avoid fish and do this stuff. But I made a whole story around that. But it didn't give me role-playing tools. I was just playing a Nintendo game. So yeah, I would say the role-playing part is the part you bring to it. The only parts, or the main parts in the game, are combat, and in older editions, much more resource management.
I think that's
So it's somewhat going back to the triple layer of roleplay, triple layer role-playing game that we talked, but now it's saying, oh, there's 2, and role-playing is not one of them. It's just something that you have to do. It's like combat and resource management. He's
even more board gamey for him.
Yeah, and then you can play Monopoly and talk with an accent and pretend that you're this landlord, right? And like evil landlord and rub your hand and shit like that, right? But,
yeah. Oi, mate, I'll have 3 woods in it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I play.
You're bringing role playing to your Settler of Catan game, right? Just like,
yeah, smart.
But
yeah, you don't need rules for role playing. I guess we have rules for role playing.
We have rules for role playing. A lot of role playing game don't.
That's true.
But
it's just a way. It's just a framework for conflict resolution. I would say, and character creation. I think that's not necessarily a conflict resolution thing, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them like also like sometimes they have rules for exploration when you have like those chart for like generating the world and shit like that, right? This is something that you're gonna see in game.
But... So what kind of rules does he want for role playing? There's no. Is there a system with system-specific role-playing rules?
There's some game that try to codify like the
apocalypse,
Burning Wheel and the Power by Apocalypse and those kind of game, right? The game designer behind those, they realized that those role-playing games don't have rules for roleplay, and they tried to solve that. But again, they're the one that went to a very different direction than what we want, what we're going to, right? They really gamified it, right? So you have like those mechanic and like now you can use your poly action. That's a real thing in Dungeon World, right? Just like so.
Is that where you get to speak finally?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
That's speak.
I think that the problem is
you don't do the speaking part. You just roll your dice to see if your party actions succeed or not. Right.
Wow, you said something really meaningful to me. You're right, I did. It says on the dice.
Yeah.
Good. So, I think that the problem is that you can't sell role playing. You know, there's no.
Yep.
You can't monetize it very easily.
That's something I often said. I said like those big game company that do make role playing game, they have an incentive of teaching you the game wrong and giving you a broken game, because then they can always sell you more solutions.
It's easier to sell a board game than a role playing.
Yeah. It's more lucrative.
Because
so,
anyone can start role playing, just like you said. I started role playing with my stupid submarine game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't cost you a damn dime.
But if you like if you sell like an actual role playing game, you can have like tiny fucking books that's gonna give you like endless hour of gaming, and then like the player don't need to buy any more shit.
Like Easy D6.
Like Easy D6 or TPS, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's our plug. Go
Play
check out
those games.
Yeah, please go check them out. I need to fucking get affiliate link.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Did you want to respond, Harmony?
Yes, actually, I have a few things I want to respond to. Wilderness survival was much bigger in older editions, which is a thing carried over from wargaming mostly. Hex crawls and wilderness survivals are wargaming mechanics. But I think a question I was asked was why does this matter? And I do want to respond to that. I think it matters because there is a game described in the AD&D PHV, an old game that has been lost. It was big in the 70s.
So already, like, Harmony was saying, like, if you want to talk about like what D&D is, we need to go back to the original rule system by that game. And now she's talking about AD&D. So already, like, she's deviating from that.
She's already waffling.
She's already like, the topic is D&D best played as a war game?
Get that A out of here.
Yeah, why are you fucking talking about AD&D? That's a different game. There you go. There you go, Harmony. You've been fucking called out.
Damn, Harmony. Wake up.
70s and 80s with
I want to click this.
Blackmore. The Blackmore.
RPG experiences are highly dependent on the quality of the GM running it. That is why a lot of players like games that take as much out of the GM's hand as possible. I agree.
Yeah.
No one likes their GM.
If you go look at this video that highly underperformed, that I made, like leveling up as a GM, and I gave like essential trick.
Oh, the three pillars of GMing.
The 3 pillars of GMing.
Shut the fuck.
The first one, shut the fuck up, talk less.
Yeah.
A lot of that GM, they just want to be like, a lot of GM are just people that want to fucking write they're like film novelists. They want to tell a story, but are too lazy to do the actual writing. So they put their friend to the fucking torture of like telling them a story, right?
Yeah. Sit on your hands, everyone.
Yeah. I'll ask you to roll some dice sometime.
Yeah. But I will point at you when it's your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think like a lot of GM talk way too much. It's unfortunate.
I agree.
I'm
being hyperbolic. People like their GMs. Just
of course. Like I said, it's like, should I put the?
I've only hated half of my GMs.
There you go. Should I put that again? It's for entertainment purpose, right? So we're gonna say like stuff that are hyperbolic and shit.
Thank you. Shit. This guy gets it.
GM need to shut the fuck up. Exactly. Shut the fuck up, fucking GM.
Shut the fuck up.
Talk
You're not a
less.
character. You're not a main character. Tell me how the
Yeah.
weather is and then shut your mouth.
Exactly.
By the way. And these were the rules they followed. And that campaign doesn't exist anymore. Nobody's running games like this. People are running something completely different. And again, I bear no ill will to Dungeons and Dragons as it is played conventionally, as you guys probably play at your tables. I'm just saying that that is a different game than games like Blackmoor or Midgard or with Bronstein Dynamics. Those are completely different games. And I think if Dungeons and Dragons is to have meaning, I would like to.
You want to say something?
I think she was just saying that AD&D isn't D&D. So I think she was circling back to agree with what you were saying.
Oh, there. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. I called you off
Jumped
for
the
nothing
gun.
normally.
You called her out, and then she
I'm-
stuffed it right back in your mouth.
There you go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, let's not go that far.
Okay.
To see it, I would like to see this game come back, is what I'm saying, because it is a good game. It's one that, like,
I never noticed that she put a lot of emphasis on the H when she speak.
What H word did she say?
What?
What?
Yeah.
What?
She's gonna say more. And why? And like she said, why? Like and you know, I cannot pronounce H being French and all, right? But she does pronounce them quite a bit. I think she's trying to
You
shame
almost
me.
did it with quite.
Quite. There's no H there.
Yeah, you're adding H's where they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I played Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I started with 3rd edition and went 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition. I played it for a very long time, and I played through all sorts of modules. DM homebrew. I ran my own homebrew. I ran modules, and it was a good game, and I had fun with it. But when I started playing like the old style game that is just not really in any of the new materials, I was fascinated to find that there was a completely different game there. And like I said, let me reiterate one more time. I have nothing against the game that people play now. I just think it is closer to Tunnels and Trolls or Castles and Crusades. And there are different games that really support that better than Dungeons and Dragons does.
Just
That's an interesting
Can't
point.
fault her for going hard in the paint for OD&D, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why not take that position in this panel? Seems good.
It's an interesting point I think she's making. Like that other, like she's saying, like other game would do this style of play better than D&D, and
I agree.
Yeah, like if you want role playing game, if you're on role playing, other game will do it better than D&D.
Yep.
I don't know though if like, but I could also say if you want wargaming, there might be other game that do it better than D&D as well. So what does D&D is what D&D do best is like kind of like doing a bit of both, right?
Yeah, I think that's
maybe that's our point.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think. But I've never played the game she's describing, so
I never either. Well, I did it in the past. Yeah, we didn't back then. We didn't like it.
No, I mean like the
real quick.
the war game.
No.
The Brownstein.
Stein, yeah.
Stein.
Yeah. It's like Frankenstein. You see Frankenstein?
I say Frankenstein because I'm an American.
Yeah. And also because that's the way to say it.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same Stein at the end.
It's not Stein. I'm saying Stein.
Stein? Well, you can say Brownstein. Just don't say Steen.
Okay. Is one of them more like Jewish?
Yeah.
Which one's
one of them is Yiddish?
Jewish one.
Epstein.
Which one's
like Epstein?
Epstein.
Epstein. Yeah.
Is the more westernized?
It's not westernized. It's Yiddish versus German.
Okay. Steen is Yiddish.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's from what I understand. Yeah. And Stein just mean like stone in German.
Got it.
Yeah. Goldstein. That's Jewish.
I have something against those types of games. I'll raise my hand, right? I think that there are better games and better ways to play, and there are worse ways to play, right? And I think that too often we fall into this trap of, oh, every single way is good. As long as your players are having fun, it's a good game and you should continue. No, there are ways that your party can have more fun, right? There are ways that you
Role
can
playing, correct.
improve,
I agree.
right? Role playing. Let's talk about that.
No one's saying don't roll.
Right.
Oh baby.
Yeah, you're gonna talk about role playing, so I think we should like address what just been said there before we go into that, because I'm sure we're gonna have a lot to say about that, right?
Mm-hmm. So
Wick
the more
say-
fun, yeah.
Yeah, you can have more fun. There's better game, worse game. You can play better, worse, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think D&D is not the game to play to have most fun if you're role playing.
Yeah.
But
that's
I
also a
think it
big part
makes
of
a
like
pretty fine hybrid board game.
yeah, and it's like that's also part of like why we had this model of like 4D, right? Those like 4-dimensional gaming. It's like it's important to know what you're trying to get out of the game, right? What you're trying to
Yeah.
like if that's what you're into, like the skirmish game and the mechanical stuff, and you're really into build and trying, and then you want, like when I did my video reaction marathon, right? There's this guy like Pack Tactic that seemed to be like very into those mechanic and doing the most damage per round, and like and then he's gonna study the rules and stuff like that, right? It's like, and then you want to go to the table, I guess, and prove that it's so smart because make the most efficient build or some shit like that, right?
Yeah,
that's where you're into. And that's where you're into, you can find some games that are going to satisfy that need, scratch that itch, right?
Yeah. I think that D&D is a really good game if you like that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you find it tedious and you don't really want to go through the rigmarole of all this crap, I think there's a way to pick stuff that's appealing narratively too in D&D. I'm not just going to say it's all min-maxing.
Yeah,
because I think there's a lot of flavor in it that you can enjoy.
And I think oftentimes like at D&D, like kind of try to sitting like with one feet in both camp, right? Just like it's
that's why that is when you both feet are down and you like both feet, then D&D is good.
Yeah, but it's also like it's kind of arming the experience. Like if you really want a bit of both, right? And you're really in that sweet spot, like then maybe D&D is right for you.
Yeah.
But oftentimes if you want one, then like the other one is kind of like take out from the experience, right? And so yeah, it's important to understand what you're trying to get from the hobby.
Yeah.
And is it like, and I think they're so different sometimes as a hobby, right? It's like is it better to take example for me, like is it better to do kayaking or to play music? What's the better hobby, right?
Good question. I said good question. So you're saying you play music while you're kayaking?
Well,
so you want to have a foot in both hobbies. Get a harmonica?
I think that would take all away from the experience of both.
Just drift down the river with a harmonica and enjoy yourself.
If you haven't drift down the river on a kayak, I think I need to fit a banjo in there.
Okay.
You don't need to paddle anyway because you're just
talking my language now.
Yeah, the people living by the river would love it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, but you get what I mean. Like it's like they're so different hobby, and even if you remain in the realm of sports, right? Is it better to kayak or to ski? Right? It's like, well, they don't really achieve the same thing. Then, like at some point, there's an aesthetic there.
Yeah, I understand your point. I totally agree. So it depends what you're looking for. I agree.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So oftentimes like it's a cop out, like, oh, as long as you're having fun, it's kind of the cop out answer. It's like understand what you're trying to get from the hobby and do the thing that gets you the most out of it, right?
Yeah, but I would say that a hybrid board game, I don't know that it's a hobby. I think it's just a pastime. I think
fun. I agree. That was about to go that. For a lot of people, like I was saying, like for a lot of people, what they're trying to get out of the hobby is to get together with their friend.
Yeah, the hobby part comes with the miniature painting and the terrain building, maybe build crafting you might consider a hobby, but I think that's solvable. I don't really think it's a hobby. So
Do you think that what we do when we role play is not a hobby?
I think what we do is more of a hobby because it
Because
has like a pursuit. There's no
Yeah.
There's no ceiling almost.
I get what you mean. Like you need to have like certain pursuit of craft.
It's more of like learning learning a craft, yeah. Well, I don't see a hybrid board game as being that as much. So when you play D&D, you are playing for fun.
Okay. D&D is it's most like an excuse for social time.
Yeah, social time, and you get to do role playing once in a while, and that's fun.
Mm-hmm. Do you think what Harmony does?
You're not going to stay immersed. You're going to jump into combat mode. You're going to play with the fiddly rules that you enjoy because it's a board game system.
From the outside, do you think what Harmony does would fit more into the hobby?
I think it's more of a hobby because it sounds so complex.
And it's more involved.
Certainly from her end.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
From a GM, I think, okay. So I would say a GM is probably going to get that hobby experience no matter what, because they are crafting a world, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oftentimes, yes, that's true. Like the GM is going to be like more the hobbyist, and then the player are just like tagging along, doing something with their friend. But for Harmony's standpoint, I think that would qualify as a hobby because it's very involved and people like do stuff in the downtime during the week and stuff like that, and they like even this competitive aspect always directly brought it back to the hobby, right?
It's like if party planning is a hobby. You know what I mean? It's kind of in that realm. You have to herd all these cats. You got to manage a bunch of. You got to keep a lot of plates spinning, and
I think it is.
It sounds exhausting.
If you're an event junkie,
okay,
go kayaking in the outdoor makes you wet your pants, I guess.
Yeah.
Get down the fiddle, get down the bow. Yeah. Oh yeah, the outdoor makes you wet your pants. I like both. I like playing music.
You like wetting your pants, and you like to play music.
Well, if you go kayaking, your pants are gonna get wet. That's part of the experience. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it's part of the fun.
Unless you put the little skirt, which I don't, but yeah.
You don't float around in your boat with a little skirt on?
No, I don't do I don't do this type of kayaking. I don't need this. Anyway, it's very technical stuff.
Of course.
You know what a kayak skirt? You haven't? You did kayaking in Hawaii.
I did once, and I did not wear a skirt.
Yeah, but you have those skirts that go around the edge of the kayak, so no water gets in.
Oh,
but you wear those because if you go hunting in the kayak, right? Whale hunting in your kayak, then your kayak can go around.
Harpooning, we call it.
Yeah, and if you have the skirt, there's no water getting in the kayak, so you can just flip yourself back.
Oh.
So that's why you have a kayak skirt. But I don't go whale hunting in my kayak.
I looked all over for the whaling tour in Hawaii, but they just weren't offering for some reason.
Here you can go see them, you can go visit them.
Yeah.
But you're not supposed to hunt them.
But you pull out your harpoon and everyone looks at you strange.
Well, yeah. But then you have a harpoon, so what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
Roleplay.
I understand that, but
to explain, let me go. You can have a war game with role playing. Any game, literally any game out there, you can add role playing into. In fact, I would posit that the role playing in and of itself doesn't really need rules. What needs rules, what the game system needs to provide you, is a way to resolve conflicts and to measure successes and failures and the results therein. And so the best way to play a Dungeons and Dragons game is simply to view it and play it and run it as a war game. And if you do this, your game, no matter how much role play you want or don't want, will improve. it will be a more enjoyable experience. It will be more involved. It will get more buy-in from the players. You will have more interesting encounters. All of these, everything will improve. But go ahead, Trevor.
All right, before Harmony
I feel like
goes
they
in,
should I feel like they should let top middle guy talk. But go ahead.
yeah, there might be like 20 of them on this panel. They should have like a window 4.
I don't think bottom middle guy said anything.
Yeah, I did saw at some point, especially since the host Wick is involved in the debate directly. They should have gone just like 4 guy, like maybe like the 2 top and Harmony and Wick. Anyway, that's neither here and there. But so what he said, like he kind of lost me there, right? Like first he said like a role playing, like you can role play in anything, right?
Yeah.
For me, that's a silly argument.
Yeah.
It's like then it doesn't mean anything, right? And say like role playing doesn't need rules.
Is there such a thing in his mind as a role playing game?
Well, it almost seemed like no, because say like you say like categorically the best way to play role D&D is to play it as a war game.
Yeah, because you'll get more role playing somehow or something. It was weird. It's a strange argument.
You're gonna get more buy in the world. Yeah. What does it imply? Like because like if you say like the best way to play D&D is as a war game, does it mean like full on PvP all the time? Because this guy is playing like I don't know if he's playing in Harmony's game in the Braunstein.
I think the understanding is that when you're playing some characters against a bunch of monsters, that's a war game.
But if you do that, right, is it really? Because you don't have this competitive element, because the GM can just like always throw more monsters, unless like you have a very specific set of rules of like, oh, in that environment, in that X, I need to roll and I can get, I'm getting like 24 orcs. So now that's what you're fighting, 24 orcs. I cannot like make them stronger. Like that's the rules that they say how strong they are. That's what they can do. But
I
even
think that, you can have a cooperative skirmish game. Kind of pro. It's cooperative with all the player characters, and then you have not always, but typically
if you have a GM, sometimes there's going to be
cooperative.
Yeah, you have like cooperative like skirmish game where all the players are on the same side, and oftentimes like either you have like a one player doing the monster, or sometimes they're gonna have like an AI, right? Just like some rules for how the monster behave depending on the situation. Like Ranger of Shadow Deep is an example of that. But which you can role play in, but you don't need to, like anything. And
I mean, you're not in a war game when you're standing in front of the king and you're talking about giving him advice as to what to do and crap like that, right? That's not a war game, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's a war game. Because
like war game traditionally, and that's something that has been lost a bit in modern war game, but war game traditionally they're done as campaign as well, right? And you have this resource management between the it's not like just one fight that exists in isolation, right? The result of that fight is going to impact the next fight and stuff like that. You have to manage your troop and stuff like that. And there's also and oftentimes you have multiple player with different nations and stuff like that, and you have this element of diplomacy as well. So that's also what I think what they include in this war game kind of thing.
Okay. Do skirmish games have a lot of? I mean, you're just that's role playing then.
Skirmish game is a subset of war game. Yes, yes, that's I said that earlier.
You're making the Wick argument.
No, I said that earlier, that the war game can include a role playing element for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, I think.
Okay.
But is it role? But yes and no, because it's only role playing if you do it in the mindset of your character. If you're just yourself,
I got a cat now.
Oh yeah, it's about time. If you're just yourself doing if you're just yourself as a player negotiating against the other player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you're not playing. You're not role playing, right? Like if I play like the Dune board game,
yeah,
and I do negotiation, right? Yeah. Like even if I talk I talk with a Fremen accent or some shit, right? For some reason, but I'm not making decision thinking
Can
as a
you do
Fremen.
that now?
A Fremen accent?
Yeah, I want to hear the Fremen accent.
How does Fremen sound?
I just want a silly voice. No, I'm sorry. I derailed you. But I hear what you're saying. If you're not taking on the headspace of whoever is doing
Yeah.
the negotiating, then you're not actually role playing. You're just doing
Yeah.
players talking.
Exactly, but I think that's what they don't understand about what role playing is. I don't think they have like a concept of what role playing is, and
Yeah.
that's the big hurdle in their conversation.
Oh, Nerdy Ogre has things to say. He's saying you don't need rules for role playing. That can be done with any game. We used to play role playing games as kids when we played Cops and Robbers, Cowboys and Indians. Did you?
Did you? Because if again, were you in the mindset of the character? Were you trying to preserve a simulation of the world? Right.
Yeah, probably.
It depends what you mean by role playing, right?
But I would say that you do need rules for role playing, which is basically most of what we talk about.
Yeah.
Are the rules you should set for your players on how to role play.
Yeah. That's kind of a
it's kind of our thing.
Kind of a shtick, the rules for role play. Yeah.
So yeah, fun, and he did make that point though. Nerdy Org is right. He did say that, and that was something I disagreed with him on. You should have rules.
Yeah,
because it makes role playing way smoother.
But it's also like the rules are also like an understanding that we all gonna try to do the same thing and pull in the same direction, right?
Yeah.
And this thing, right? And one of the rule is the distinction between character versus character and player versus player. That's part of the rule for role play, right? It's like don't bring your own shit as a player into the character. You know, that's But now if you
of course,
like, and that's what I'm saying. Like when you bring it, when you make it into a competitive game between player, you necessarily taking away the role playing element.
But then it's almost like you're saying you're taking away the fact that it's a war game, because role playing belongs in war games.
No, I say like role playing can happen in war games.
Okay,
but it's a very and I'm saying it can, but it probably does enough. It rarely does.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of role playing in war games, but
yeah.
I role play in everything. I'm always role playing.
Always on.
In a board game. In a board game, I'll role play on it. It's just fun. It's just fun too.
Depends for me, depend on the context, right? But I also like I can be competitive in board game.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the main board game guy in my circles, and so often I will be ganged up on.
Oh yeah.
So I stopped trying to win so much.
Yeah.
Try to enjoy it in my own way, and then occasionally I win because I want to win. But whatever. Yeah. That's my point. That's why.
By the way, like
board games.
His point that Wick is making there, that treating D&D as a war game is going to make a more enjoyable experience because of all those things, and like encourage more interesting encounter. Like I don't know what he means by that. Like I don't know like treating D&D as a war game. Like does he necessarily mean like making it like player versus player?
Yeah. What do you gain by treating it as a war game?
I think it could be a point. Like if you have players that are not proactive, that cannot role play, maybe it is better to treat it as a war game.
Maybe the question is, maybe the question is, what is the alternative? D&D is best played as a war game. Isn't it? Is it a war game?
It's probably better playing D&D as a war game than doing the story game, like having the GM tell you a story.
Okay, so we're anti-story game railroading here.
Yes,
for sure. So I would rather play it as a war game than a story game, for sure.
100% for sure. So if that's the only thing that they know, that they've known, right?
Yeah.
I cannot blame them for saying like what is better as a war game.
Yeah.
Because the experience you had is shit.
Well, let's take the question to our circle. Would you rather play it as a war game? Would you rather role play?
I would
in
rather
D&D?
roleplay.
Okay.
I would rather roleplay in D&D. In
Because you
D&D,
just prefer role playing to war games.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. That's super like subjective. That's super
Yes.
taste on what I like to do with my time.
Yeah.
It's not a definitive answer. It's totally personal answer.
Yeah. And you see, like what Jagger to say, like that's like you said, like in dominant level play, there's a certain amount of PvP that become expected. Like that's why I always make the distinction. Like if it's character versus character, that's fine. If it's player versus player, I don't want it. Not in role playing game.
Wick is
I
actually
want it in mini game, but not in role playing game.
sorry.
Yeah,
My
go ahead.
cat's standing in front of the thing now. Maybe Wick is making my argument where it's like really a hybrid board game, and so if you treat it like a hybrid board game, you can get your role playing time in because you can role play in anything.
I think you giving him too much credit.
Well, most people, whenever they kind of like circle around our arguments, they'll say I'm different, obviously, because we talk to each other all the time. But I don't think I am. I think because I agree with him. Like if you treat it like a hybrid board game / war game, so no one's saying hybrid board game.
Yeah,
because that's just something I decided to call it. Then it's probably better to play D&D.
You mean like specifically for D&D though?
That is the best way to play D&D.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can see your point. Like, don't try to make D&D into a role-playing game because it's not designed for it properly.
Yeah.
Engage D&D on its own terms. That's basically what
it
you're
is
saying.
The way to get the most fun out of D&D.
Okay. I cannot necessarily disagree with you on that, right? Just like
no.
I don't know if I completely agree, but
like I still want to role play.
Yeah.
Because I like role playing so much, but it's like I'm forcing it in. Whereas if I want to play a hybrid board game, it just like fits right into those D&D shoes, like so easy.
But I still like I'm not very interested by all this like mechanical interaction. Like that's the thing. If that's it's almost like for me it's very different mood. And if that's what I want to do, I'm gonna do something else, right? I'm gonna
Yep. Let's see what this guy says. Jaeger.
Harmony, please.
Yes. The why here. Why does it get more buy-in from the players? Because it is interesting when you're competing with other players. When there are like several players in the world, some of which you may never even play face-to-face with, or you may never even interact with, who are competing for the same stuff. That is a drive. That is motivation right there. Like, and it's hard to.
But that's role playing. What you just described is role playing. Because what Wick is describing is talking about rolling dice to determine, who won the battle. And then what we do is we just add role playing. We can add role playing to chess. You were just talking about how every game can be a role playing game. Okay, I can have chess as my war game, and we determine whoever wins with combat by, did my knight take your rook? But what you're describing, Harmony, right now is role playing. What I'm arguing that 100% D&D in every way is a role playing game first. And talking about what Richard said earlier about how engines have different parts, and then you need this and that. I completely agree. But we can have an engine without certain parts as well. And I think that you can make engines without pistons, right? We don't have to have pistons. You can have rotary motors, right? So what I'm saying is,
you can have rotary motor. I don't have piston.
I don't even remember the metaphor. So
like
that guy went off the rails though.
Is the metaphor of the engine like valid? Let's think about that a bit.
Can you remind me the basis of this metaphor?
Oh, the guy in the bottom left, right?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
he said like, oh, you asked like what is the best part of a role playing game, or something like that. But like, it's like talking about an engine. An engine got like valve and piston and lever and like shaft and stuff like that, right? He mentioned like different part of engine, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they all work together. So like role-playing game like D&D is the same. There's like role-playing element and resource management, and like so that was his point, right?
So but I think piston is resource management.
No, he didn't. He didn't say like one part of the engine was
Right, but I'm
specifically
saying
one part
like
of the game.
effectively, if I were to arbitrarily assign parts,
He's saying like
like
he said
each
like the
pillar
resource
is a
management
part.
is one part of the motor that is D&D.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Right.
So you don't
But
have to create a role-playing game with resource management or with combat.
Yeah.
That's what this guy's saying.
But I think the flaw of the analogy, right, is like you don't want a motor. You want the motion that the motor create.
Okay.
You get what I mean?
You're
So
going
the part-
deeper with the metaphor. That is not what I wanted to do, but go ahead.
Oh,
I wanted to take the metaphor out and actually talk about what the fuck we're talking about. But
yeah. Oh, we can do that as well. But
okay.
what I'm saying is like the mechanical bit, right?
Sure.
It's not what you care about. Like I don't want, like you don't say like, oh, I want an engine with that many valves and that many piston. Like that's, we're gonna sometimes say that because like we understand of like the consequence of that. But what we really want is like you want that much power from the engine, right?
Yeah.
If you
Or
compare that to
role
a game,
playing.
you want role playing,
Okay. Yeah.
right? And then does that need to achieve that goal of role playing? Does it need resource management? Does it need combat rule? Does it need, right? Just like,
Okay.
I think
No.
so. I think like role playing is not a part of the engine. Role playing is the horsepower you get from the engine. If
Right.
the engine is a role playing engine,
But D&D is not that.
but D&D is not that. So yeah, did we advance anything with this?
I don't.
All right.
I don't like the metaphor. I hate the metaphor. Actually,
You hate the metaphor?
I don't like it. But something else this guy said, I totally forgot. I'm sorry. You can role play in chess, and then he said, "Oh, but I win the fight because knight takes what?" Anyways,
Yeah.
stop with the metaphors.
Can you role play in chess?
I guess.
I don't think you can.
What if I'm the German chess player and you're the Russian?
So now we adapt our strategy.
I'm the king.
Okay, if we were to do that, right, instead of like trying to win the chess, like, oh, you're gonna play like a Bobby Fischer, and I'm gonna play Emory Tate, whatever, right?
Of course.
And then like instead of trying to win at the chess, we're trying to best portray the style of those players.
Yeah.
Then we would be like role playing in chess.
Can you rewind his argument? Because I felt very strongly about how I hated it. And I can't remember what he said. Because my memory's terrible.
Play face to face with, or you may never even interact with, who are competing for the same stuff. That is a drive. That is motivation right there. Like, and it's hard to.
But that's role playing.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so fighting over things. So he's basically almost saying anything that's not combat is role playing.
Yeah, which is not correct.
Totally ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah. And Harmony is saying like, if you pit the player into competition, that's going to give them a drive, right?
Yeah.
So basically what it turns out is like I have player that cannot role play.
Yeah.
So I have to give them something else that they can.
They don't even want to be here.
Yeah.
They barely want to be at my table.
I'm trying to play a role playing game with people that are not role player. So I have to turn it into a war game, right? Well, yeah, I guess.
I hope they want to play a war game.
Yeah.
Which they do. That's why they're at our table.
Yeah.
So that's what she's
running. I guess if you have wargamer, not role player, then maybe the best way to play D&D with them is as a war game.
Yeah.
Like now, is it the best war game you could play with those guys? I don't know. Maybe there's another war game that would be more suited for the job.
For her game?
For her game? I don't know. Like I'm not saying yes or no, right? Just like
I don't think so. I think D&D has a benefit as a war game because it has that no boundaries.
Yeah.
No boundaries to interaction sort of ability to it. But
yeah. But
D&D's a great.
Just
word.
described is role playing, because what Wick is describing is talking about rolling dice to determine, who won the battle, and then what we do is we just add role playing. We can add role playing to chess. You were just talking about how every game can be a role playing game. Okay, I can have chess as my war game, and we determine whoever wins with combat by, did my knight take your rook? But what you're describing, Harmony, right now is role playing.
yeah, go ahead, react.
So he's saying like make the chessboard into the D20.
Yeah.
What? I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know either. I like it's.
He's in
I don't
Narnia.
think. Yeah.
What I'm arguing that 100% D&D in every way is a role playing game first. And talking about what Richard said earlier about how engines have different parts, and then you need this and that. I completely agree. But we can have an engine without certain parts as well. And I think that you can make engines without pistons, right? We don't have to have pistons. You can have rotary motors, right? So what I'm saying is this word games of trying to mass definitions so we can fit certain things. I think it's a lot about is the focus, which I understand. You want to feel good about the fact that you know the history of a hobby that is very near and dear to your heart. Completely agree.
This dude.
At the same time, I don't think
So condescending right there. I understand. You like to know things and you like to say them.
I can read book too.
I like to read books, and I could read them and tell you about them, just like you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you don't like the top middle guy.
I don't know if I like him, but I don't
think
like.
you're quite grasping the.
Yeah.
He's mansplaining, guys.
I think he's the guy that goes by the moniker of In the Search of Knowledge.
I hope so. I hope that's him.
Fact that it is a role-playing game first. And that's what I'm arguing against Wick so much with his gatekeeping, is that it's a war game and that we have to have battle systems. Therefore, if we don't have battle systems, there, any game can be a role-playing game. That's wild to me. That's a crazy statement. I don't know. I'm
So
sorry.
when you
Like also like the idea like battle, like mass combat, right? Is always been like an ad hoc rules in D&D. Like it's always like the rules often been there to resolve mass combat, but it's like a subsystem.
I don't think I've ever used any rules for mass combat, except I just made it up. I rolled 20. Okay, this many died.
And you can play D&D your whole fucking life without using the mass combat rules.
Yeah.
But they're saying no, you're not playing right if you don't use them. But they're not like the central rules of the game. The central rules of the game you play as a dude, right? So even if I say like skirmish is a subcategory of war game, so you can say like D&D is a war game in the sense that it's a skirmish game. But if you go into the mass combat kind of thing, now you're becoming silly. Mass combat is not core to D&D, to the D&D experience. The D&D experience is specifically was like when Gygax started, was specifically bringing back the wargame experience to the individual.
Right. I agree with that. D&D is all about that for sure.
Yeah. So like the troops on the map, now you're doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not necessarily worse.
We're playing chess now for our roles, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's role playing, or I don't really get it.
Yeah. Well,
is he saying rolling dice is role playing? It's such a weird. Everything he's saying.
No, he said that Wick was saying that or something. I don't know. They have like a weird way of making their point. I find maybe they're gonna find the same thing of me if they watch that, right?
Yeah. I agree.
When you sit down to say you're a player character and you're role playing, what is the objective that you go into? If it's
to have fun and be with my friends.
Role playing. No, so if we're
he did the meme.
You did
it. I like where this guy was going, right? Or you sit down to role play and role play a character. What is the objective you're trying? Have fun. There you go.
Try to have a good time.
Like if we have a music band and we get together to jam.
Have
what is
fun.
the objective you're trying? Have fun. All right.
looking from an actor's
You're
point of view,
fired.
to act as this character.
Good
Let's
night,
say
Jordan.
you're Morgan Ironwolf. What is your motivation?
I make it up, right? What do you mean?
No, so just make one now. Like you're Morgan Iron.
This guy kind of gets it, right? He's
Yeah.
talking about like motivation, and you're this character. What is your motivation? And then like the other guy is like, "What? What do you mean?
Ugh,
What do you mean
he's so
motivation?"
British, though.
Yeah, I know. You know,
It's hard.
Wolf. You're
Okay,
a
I'm Morgan
human
Ironwood.
fighter.
I want to kill all redheads because for whatever reason, arbitrary. I don't know why.
Morgan Ironwood, what's red?
what?
This guy's got a real problem with harmony. I
Yeah.
don't get it.
Yeah, that was fucking aggressive
Yeah.
for no reason, and I take it personal as well.
Yeah. I like the idea of you showing up and going, I heard you said something about redheads. It's like, no,
Yeah.
I was talking about Harmony Ginger.
Yeah,
I just want that to be like a beer commercial.
you're gonna go with me, Patty O'Cake, and Ginger Fraser,
Nice.
the Ginger Army.
Yeah.
Morgan Ironwood is a redhead.
Yeah, she is a redhead. This is why you need to know the history of
Well,
of it.
that's why it's such an interesting fact that I want to be the only one
Okay,
left.
so
Hello.
you want to be the only gay in the village. All right. So you are Morgan Ironwood.
Is that
You
not
wanna-
interesting?
You want to
Hello?
go and kill another redhead. Right. So another player character makes a redhead. Let's say Harmony Ginger comes in, she does a self-insert, there's another redhead. Oh dear. Now your role play is a war game.
Well,
It's
yeah, I
not
think that's
is
kind
a
of a
war
loose
game. It's
definition
a,
he's-
You lost me there.
They're just doing the one-up bullshit arguments shit.
Yeah, I like when he talked about like the character motivation. I like what he was going there, but then like just saying like, oh no, like this other player make a character that has motivation against you or whatever, right? That you're gonna get into conflict. Now you're playing a war game. Well, no,
Are we?
not everything that has conflict between two people is a war game, right? Just like
Yeah, and I thought we were saying every encounter is wargame-esque. Doesn't have to be PvP.
every
Or at least
encounter is
that's
a
what
war
we were saying. Or every combat encounter.
Is that what we're saying? Every combat is war game.
That's what I was saying. No,
Well,
well,
when you-
as much as encountering Harmony's self-insert as a redhead genocider,
Yeah.
is a war game.
Well, yeah, I think if you go that route, like so, those people like it's like the people who are saying like, oh, you can roleplay in everything, and then this guy's saying like, well, you can wargame in everything. It's
Yeah.
like it's like both are trying to
Everything's
dissolve the term.
everything. Yay,
Yeah,
we did
like
it.
both are trying
Everything's
to dissolve
everything.
the term of the other, like to a point that they don't mean anything, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, Jaeger's ahead of us.
Yeah.
He's making the definition of roleplay to make it meaningless. Exactly.
well, that's what Wick was doing, but now this guy's like his counter argument is to expanding the definition of war game to make it meaningless.
Okay, let's just talk about this a little bit. Okay, you can roleplay in a lot of games. I'm not gonna say every game because I don't want to talk about chess.
Yep.
But
you can roleplay in a lot of game, but in
you
a lot of
roleplay in a
game,
lot of games
role-playing-
as a silly fun time.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't have to be silly fun, but a role-playing game, the game is to roleplay.
Yeah.
So it
and
is
there's a lot of game
focus. Yeah.
if you like, because oftentimes like role playing, like the choice and that you're gonna make gonna be impacted by the character you are, and sometime in a lot of game those choices gonna be suboptimal, right?
Mhm.
And now are you gonna make the choice that you know is optimal, or are you gonna make the choice that is in character? If you do the first one, you're not role playing. If you do the second one, you are.
It's hard to sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I should have killed Alan, obviously, as
Not necessarily, because like we also said, right, you want to act in character, but
Yeah.
it's like a self-feeding loop, because like the way you act also define what your character is.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah,
that as well.
I'm on a redemption arc. I'm not trying to murder
Yeah.
a bunch of
So
people.
now like you just have to be consistent with the decision that you make and never fucking kill Alan and
Yeah.
steal the ship because you're trying to be a good guy now, clearly.
Well, you know, there's a triage going on.
Yeah.
Of war,
It's
right?
an
There's a
element
conflict
of it.
happening.
Yes,
It's a
I want to
conflict.
Sorry, is something?
I was saying hit it.
Oh, okay. Because they all talk in the same time too. So it's
Yeah.
and
I
think
wanted
we-
I wanted to talk while they were talking so we could have 7 people talk at the same time.
Yeah, I think exactly that's the point. I think we're probably gonna come to a point where they're gonna stop because like they're gonna start going in circle and talking about each other. I think most of them made their point.
How many
And I
more
think we're gonna
times
make-
does top middle guy threaten Harmony's life? Just a few more times.
I don't know. Like I think I started watching about maybe close to that time, so
Okay.
and it wasn't very good.
Yeah. Well, good. I'm looking forward to the next 10 minutes.
Again,
Yeah.
yes, there is conflict, which is what I'm trying to say. Is this fourth category has happened where role-playing, wargaming has come together and made something entirely new, which is
But
what
can I-
Harmony's trying to explain. It's like the conflict is good role-play opportunity.
Is
Can I-
Australia an island or a continent?
Can I contribute a really uninformed D&D opinion
What?
right now? And that
Wait,
is
it's surrounded by water.
Wait,
All right, go ahead.
Oh, wait, maybe this guy is Australian after all, not British.
No, I
Doesn't
think he's
it
just
better?
making an argument about
Oh,
how things can be two words in a stupid way.
yeah, and so I agree. Obviously, I mean, if you learn this in acting and improv, that like any scene without conflict is probably going to be incredibly boring. You have to have some sort of conflict. But this is my uninformed. I've never like distinguished between like additions or anything in D&D. The worst part about D&D for me, whenever I played it, was when we get into a battle and it's like, okay, you're fighting 25 trolls or whatever, and you got to roll initiative for each one of these. Each one of them has to take their turn. You got to figure out, okay, what's
Not in
their
the old
stats? That their things that maybe not, but even in Baldur's Gate 3, which was mentioned before, which I really, really enjoyed, the best part of that
Overrated.
was sure, maybe. The best part was that it was even in those combats with like way too many people, which was really annoying. Everything happened at the exact same speed, which is the speed of the game. I don't have to wait for the DM to catch up and do all these things. But that was always for me the bottleneck of my enjoyment was how fast we can make this combat happen, so I can get back.
okay, that's an interesting point he's talking about, right? Because that's something we often talk when we talk about like, the 45 minutes round, right?
Yes.
It seemed that this guy encountered that.
Yeah.
And he hates it. Like
Who
you
the
should.
hell is running 25 trolls, for God's sakes?
Well, yeah, that's a silly example, right?
Yeah.
That'll be.
Stop.
It's a 27-time deadly encounter.
Yeah. Yeah, combat is when you don't want to do it, it sucks. That's for sure.
And there's the point also, right? When combat in D&D is by design, I don't think by intention, but by design, is slow and painful and mechanical and methodical, right? Just like especially in modern edition of D&D.
It's board game time. It's time for you to play your 30-minute board game.
It's more than that. Like
I'm being generous. I'm being generous.
Yeah, like that'd be some like a group like going through it fast, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes, like including the role play, like when people like want to, right? That's gonna slow the game even more, right? Just like
especially when you have all those hypotheticals to run through.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem too, right? When you try to do the tactician approach, right? And then you're trying to weigh the pros and cons of every fucking possible move you can do before you actually do one.
You know, something about cooperative board games that sucks is the alpha gamer.
Yeah.
And then imagine doing that in D&D combat.
That's something I have a problem with, right? Because I'm very bossy by nature.
You are, especially when I'm creating my character. You're like, why don't you just pick this? I'm like, oh my god! I just shake my head and pick the opposite every time.
Yeah, I know you do that, but like you shouldn't. Like there's suggestion, right?
I know,
like, it'd be cool, right?
It feels like alpha gaming, and it makes me sad.
I'm sorry, man. I try to control myself, but
did you do well Did you do well in the D&D session 0? Were you controlling yourself?
No. Bust everywhere.
I gotta watch it and just go.
I was terrible on that.
I'm gonna make us some giant comment of timestamps.
All the time that Mr. Max was bossy.
Max opens his fat mouth and his timestamp.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've been very bad on that one. Yeah.
All right.
But
I agree with him. I hate long combat.
Yeah.
Play easy D6, man. This guy should play easy D6.
But I think also even if you play like a D&D though, I think if you bring it to like the more into role playing game and you stop having those turn by committee, you stop having those hypothetical, you stop using the battle map, you stop asking questions to the gem of character. You stop trying to have the most optimal turn, right? If you do all those things, you like the D&D experience would improve a lot.
Yeah, we did when we did our no prep.
Yeah,
the combat was pretty.
Yeah, it went fast.
It was fun. There was times where I was like running bonus actions and doing my full move and stuff, and you were like, "Can you do all that?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like running up and down, like doing.
Yeah. Well.
Anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing y'all's game. See how it goes. I bet you're right. I'm sure combat is probably.
I can wait to see
five times faster than what you would expect in a D&D game.
Yeah, I think like just going through the mechanics and stuff like that again. Like as I'm making my character, like there's something that I say, okay, that's gonna be kind of hard to have like flow through the combat in a natural sense.
Yeah,
but we'll see. We'll see if we can do our best, right? If we can do like, what would be the good goal, right? Just like the 5-minute round instead of 45 for 3-player plus a GM.
I give you 10 minutes on a 45-minute.
Okay.
10 minutes.
If we can do that, right? Let's do 9 minutes so we can say like it's 1/5. 1/5, yeah.
Give yourself the extra minute. It's your first time.
Yeah.
Next session though, you'll be at 9 for sure.
Yeah, we need to cut 80% of the crap.
Yeah.
Of the downtime. But yeah, like that. So that's the thing, right? Like this guy say, like it seemed to say, I don't like the skirmishy aspect of the game.
I don't like combat because it takes so long.
Yeah. So basically that's really what it is, right? Maybe this guy want to be a role player.
He does.
And now he's trying to play like this game that tried to be two thing, and he said like, well, now when it comes to the second thing, I don't like it.
He's hostage in D&D world.
And those guys saying like, well, the solution is to be a wargamer.
Yeah.
Like, well, you should just lean into that. You just enjoy that.
Stop wanting to role play.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Back into the conflict. And what that situation that you just described was where two gingers are fighting to be like, the Highlander ginger.
That can only
the
be
interesting part is not, who has better stats and is going to win in this conflict. The interesting part is, why do these people want this, and how are they going to resolve it, and how are they going to yell their dumb one-liners at each other as they are trying to become the supreme, right? Like that's the.
He's the voices guy. I forgot.
Yeah, but I agree with what he says, except for the shout the dumb one-liner that I don't like, because now he's gonna go do the comedy in the game, right? He's gonna do the goofball in the game, trying to get the most laugh at the table, and like that I fucking hate, because that distracts a lot from the role playing, even more than the fucking board.
He has like a very surface, or I don't know, if maybe shallow interpretation of role playing. It seems like
maybe he doesn't want to be a role player. Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to be a role player. Maybe you want to be the class clown.
Maybe that's the part he likes, is the goofing off around the social scenes.
Yeah, and then like when the combat is and everybody's serious, then where do I get to make my little funny joke?
Yeah, guys, we're trying to. Hey, buddy, we're trying to play our war game right now. And he's like, but I wanted to make a joke.
Yeah. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe we touch on, but in the same time, when he does talk about like what's more interesting than the stat, and like it's the motivation between the fight, the reason they fight, right? And that I agree with, right? That's oftentimes like something that modern movie fucking don't get, right?
I feel like he is a critical role. Like he's doing the critical role explanation, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Could be. But I was about to say, like, a lot of movie don't get like, like they're gonna have like those huge choreographed fight and stuff like that, but like if you don't care about the stake, you're not gonna care about the fight, right? Just like it's just spectacle. It's not drama, right?
Yeah.
So and I think that translates in role playing game, right? If you want to care about the drama, you have to care about if you want to care about like the fight, you have to care about the drama behind, right?
Yeah. 100%.
It's not about like Marcus, stop that. Cat's causing trouble. Anyway, let's listen to what are you gonna reply to that.
Yeah.
Interesting to me. So this is again my uninformed opinion. if you removed all combat and just like immediately just resolved it at the click of a button and just said, "Hey, this is what happened," I would find that much more interesting because I want to get into the nitty-gritty of
Then
the
go
players
play
and
Fate.
characters.
Okay.
If there's
Okay, that's silly though. If you remove all combat and just like do basically one roll, right? That's kind of silly because like what you need to understand is like role playing doesn't stop in combat. When you're in combat, you still need to be in character, view the world to your character, and combat it's a series of important choice when your life is on the line. So
Yep, he should play ZD6.
Yeah,
it would solve all of his problems.
don't blame the cat for your lack of proper worship.
That's true. You shouldn't.
Yeah, but I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
It's good advice
blamed
to live by, though.
Yeah, but I was blaming the cat for throwing my my Wacom tablet on the desk.
Yeah.
And
a better game for that, sure, but this is what I'm saying. With like, is D&D
This is
better
Ginger's
played as
point.
a war game?
So this
Can I
is Harmony's point. Like we're playing a different game.
Yeah, I want to get first of all $10 from Ultra American TTRPG. Gatekeeping
Oh, hey,
is good. Period. We need to purge trolls from the hobby and make tabletop great again. Play and run your game how you want, but don't tell me how to play and run mine.
Better.
this guy like that just sent the super chat is gonna be like on the talk next week on Legend of Myth this Friday with me. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. I fucking hate that.
Thank you for the $10.
That what?
When people are like, don't tell me how to do anything. Shut up.
Yeah. Don't listen.
You're-
I'm
no
not. I'm not.
one's putting
I'm
you
not
in
yelling
cheese.
in your ear, right? I'm talking on the internet. Like if you don't want me to tell, like don't fucking listen. Don't tune in,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
No, I wanted to tune in so you could say I could do whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, don't you have like something better to do? Than
How
just,
often do I have to say you can do what you'd like?
Yeah.
How often do you need my
Obviously.
permission?
Yeah, I fucking hate that as well, man. Just like I'm with you on that. It's so stupid. Like,
Well, it's just your opinion. Like, yeah.
It's a waste of fucking breath, right? Like, yeah, obviously.
So irritating.
But frankly, I believe my way is the best way, and I will evangelize. I will preach it, and I won't apologize for it. But Richard, please go ahead.
Okay, I think I can maybe make a bridge between what a lot of people are talking about.
Please do.
Except for you, Wick, who I think's wrong.
It's okay to think that. I'm right regardless. So go ahead.
Headshot.
Et tu, Brutus.
Okay, so D&D as most people would agree, is like the Kleenex of the tissue industry. When people think of tabletop games, they say D&D. They're playing Pathfinder, they say D&D. Playing Cthulhu, they say let's play D&D. Right? So it's kind of overtaken it. But as Harmony was saying, the style that people play now, which is a single character party, that kind of thing, has been the dominant mode of play in tabletop games for a long time. Now, what I don't see if now tabletop is a platform, let's say it's a platform like computer games.
To be fair, also like I'm just thinking about that when you talk about that, like because you say like the style of play when you play single character. I think that was also from the beginning because like that's what Gygax brought from the war game. Like that's the evolution he was doing. But to be fair, like there was this thing of like, oh, you don't name your character until level 3 because he's probably not going to survive. So you don't have a character then. You have like a character sheet, right? We often make the distinction.
Yeah, why would you do that? That's stupid.
Because like, cheap life was so cheap and character would die a lot, right? So there was this notion of like, and oftentimes people like would do the true play. That was a thing that people did a lot. So I guess there's a point there that you weren't like during the session you were a single character, but in the same campaign you would have multiple.
Can you imagine your character dying and you just going, oh well,
yeah,
like that? Oh well, that's like my favorite.
Well, you just add a 2 next to the to the name, right? That's also the trope, but like but yeah, so like I guess like in the sense like they were playing a single character, like they had a single peon, like a single pawn on the table, right?
Like how many characters do you lose in a session?
Well, usually I only have 1 character per session.
Okay, so as soon as your character dies, you leave, or you get to watch.
Well, you get to watch, or maybe you can take your backup character right away. if he was early in the session, right?
Okay.
So I guess you could lose, but technically you would only play one character per session.
So you're still
but then
getting
the
at
next-
least like a one shot out of a character minimum.
And then
Yeah.
the next session you come, but that's the thing. Like, is it out of character? If you didn't give a name to your character, is it a character? If you didn't give a personality to your character, is it a character?
Oh no, it's
Hmm?
It isn't. I agree.
So that's what I'm saying.
Um,
Like I guess like maybe in the inception of D&D, maybe like the playing a character actually came later when
yeah.
people like started like, or you know,
When you finally
but I-
have that champion.
yeah, finally like you know, like your character sheet had to graduate to become a character once you.
Yeah.
And I guess also when I was saying that oftentimes we start with lower resolution character, we start with name and with some idea of who the guy is, but this idea get defined through play, and we also like figure out who the character is through the how he react to those to the what's happening, right? To the drama. So maybe we're
Yeah.
a bit in there. Maybe like they would take it further. Maybe probably too far, I would say. But
Man, I will role play a character. I mean, I guess because we GM, so I'll role play a character for like 15 minutes. I don't give a shit. I want him to die so that I can role play his death.
Yeah, but you know, like when even like people like Questing Beast, he talk a lot about like the way he likes playing role-playing game, which he does prefer the term adventure game, right? He said that, but he said he likes the game challenging the player, not the character, right? So you like those
Okay.
puzzle and stuff like that. But if you do that, well, then you're stepping away from role-playing necessarily, right?
For sure.
And I think also a lot of those early D&D game were played like that. You had this character that had some thing you can do, but you weren't thinking in character. You were thinking as the player trying to defeat the dungeon that the DM thought of, right?
Yep.
And then like figure out those puzzle, and then the GM would try to trick you. But now, oh, my character got something that I can use against that trick that you're using on me, GM, right? It's like, so
Why don't you open that note I passed you an hour ago?
yeah,
I want to do that.
yeah. So maybe like I don't think roleplay was there then.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying before. Like we're promoting an evolution of these hybrid board games that we're doing.
Yeah. We're how did I say that? Like the promise, we're
the prophets or
no,
something.
the promise we're exhausting the not exhausting when like
evangelizing.
When you realize we're realizing the or concretizing the promise of role playing. I don't know if you get it. Like there was a promise that was made, and now like we're making it real.
Oh, we are fulfilling the promise.
Fulfilling the promise. If we're fulfilling the promise of role playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Or making good or something.
Yeah.
I think there is a better one word. We'll have to think about it.
Well, yeah, let's workshop it so I can use it on Friday.
I will.
Now, what I don't see in computer games is people going, a real-time strategy is superior to a first-person shooter, which is superior to a game like Farmville, right? They're different styles.
Like, people say that, but like we understand that they are preference, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Of play. And when you're in the mood for one, you play one. When you're in the mood for another, you play another, right?
and inside also, like, you can discuss also like what's the best FPS and why, right? And then again, that there's going to be like different thing. Like, well, do you want to run a shooter that is very fast paced and shit like that, or do you want like the tactical cover shooter and shit like that, right? Just like, and then you can debate, and you can like, but so, what here?
And like I said, Cthulhu is much more about role playing this fear and mystery. It's if you get into combat, you're likely going to die. It's more about you going insane. What Harmony is describing is another mode of play. The standard D&D game is like sort of a fixed mode of play. Some people add more role playing, some people add less. Some do pure dungeon crawls. Some do hack and slash games. These are all just modes of play. And personally, it's been 35 years I've been doing tabletop games. I've really loved some, and then I get bored of that, and then I try something new. That's fun now. Then I go back to the thing I did before. Let's try another one of those. Let's play another meat grinder, right? So to me, that variety, if it's cutting down on that variety, I think you're hemming in what you can do with tabletop games. And you're even hemming out.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, you're even hemming out.
Let him finish, and then we're gonna get more people in. But yeah, finish up, Richard.
Yeah, you're simultaneously, people will hem out what Harmony's trying to explore by reinvigorating this other style of play, but then other people will push out people who I like role-playing more. To me, it's just, as long as you're upfront with, this is the mode we're playing, and people are interested in it, you're good.
You want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
He did the thing where he did the thing where he said I've played Harmonies way before because I've played for 35 years. But
yes,
I do agree that you should establish the type of game you're going to play beforehand.
Yeah, and you should try to find a system that fit that properly. And there's a good chance it's not going to be D&D.
And I think he's actually agreeing with Wick. He just doesn't know he's agreeing.
I don't know. Wick seemed to be very no, you should play those games as war game. Don't waste your time doing role playing. Role playing might happen from trying to backstab your fellow player, right?
Yeah, I think what's actually happening is that guy is probably doing the D&D is role playing. Role playing means D&D. D&D means role playing. You know what I mean?
Well, he's
conflating D&D with RPGs.
The Kleenex, yeah, but I think that's. I think that's not the nature of the debate they're having there, right?
Okay.
So I don't like I said, when I came to this, when I saw this topic at first, I assumed they were using D&D as a generic RPG term, right? As the Kleenex kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're not. I think they're specifically talking about D&D. So that's a different conversation.
It should be.
Any of that, Rich? Harmony?
Yes.
Okay.
A couple things. This is actually a hard one to say here. I'm not arguing for another mode of play. I am arguing that the original text describes this mode of play. This isn't West Marches. This isn't a new mode of play here. This is the original game that is described in the texts. Now that has evolved. Yes, we like new things too. New things are different than old things, but I'm not saying that this is another mode of play. I'm saying that this is the game described in the old Dungeons and Dragons books. And I had a point before I was interrupted and told I was just happy to know the history. I do think knowing history is important, though. But
it sounds like you're saying both, because
let me pause there before she tried to find her other point and she got interrupted again. So she's saying, because that's also not the topic of the talk, right? Is D&D best played as a war game? That's a different question than was D&D designed as a war game from the start.
Yeah.
Like Kleenex were designed as a filter for a gas mask.
What?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But then they weren't very great at that, and people like to fucking blow their nose with them. So
that's how I felt how she was describing it too.
Yeah.
In the sacred texts.
Yeah, the high prior of Gygax. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
They do that to Braunstein.
Yeah.
Yeah. As well.
Yeah. We made a bit about that, but they just went back because they just prefer having the turn by committee.
They prefer an hour and a half of combat and hating themselves.
But yeah, so yeah, is it? And I'm not even convinced that if you read the original text, maybe that's almost like a religious argument, right? Oh, that's what the book if you interpret the Gygaxian.
Yeah. She's not saying that's the best way. Mean. She's just saying it's a really fun game.
And she's saying it's the original
D&D.
way.
Yeah. D&D is that.
Yeah.
And I agree, I guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree with her. I'm just saying she's addressing a different question.
Yeah, because best implies there are other options, i.e. the evolved versions of D&D, right?
Yeah, I was talking about was the Pong was the original intent for video game, right? And it is a
Right.
mode of game.
No, that's not.
And then over the years, you had subsets of games come out: first-person shooters, strategy, real-time strategy.
But we
all
don't
that.
call all those games Pong.
Nope, exactly. That's why I was
They
saying
are-
the Kleenex issue is an issue
Mhm.
because tabletop is a better term. Yeah.
So
It's not
gosh,
what you're
pursuit of
talking
happiness. Pursuit of
No,
happiness.
tabletop
What's
is
what's
a
your name?
war-
Pursuit of knowledge. There we go. Pursuit of knowledge had a point I wanted to respond to here.
You saying?
I was saying they're not talking about. He's saying we should call it tabletop.
Yeah, tabletop, like board game or tabletop, and
Yeah, but it's D&D. They're talking about D&D. So
yeah, but like RPG.
I
might be
guess I
better
just
than
don't understand
tabletop.
what his point is.
Well, yeah, no, just like I don't know why you
He's
want to go with
saying
the
that
tabletop term.
D&D is not a role-playing game. Is that what he's saying? Because I agree.
No, he's saying calling every role playing game D&D is a problem, and we should just call them like tabletop,
Oh.
which is terrible term.
Can we just use role-playing game? Or-
Yeah, can we just use role playing game? But no, because they don't want to make them role playing game. They want to make them war game. Right.
All right. I want to hear her rebuttal of
I-
the dude that tried to kill her.
You can say everything's a role-playing game, yes. And I role-play in my games. I like role-playing games. However, what I'm saying, what makes it a war game and why the PvP is important is the threat of PvP. Gosh, we have to define war game. That's right. I want to go back and define war game actually, because people in the chat were talking about defining war game, and I think that's important before I get into this. Okay, so there are a bunch of definitions of war game. I kind of looked up a bunch, but I think we all basically agreed before the stream on Richard Whitters defined it very well. We define it as a game with player versus player. Each player generally commands a force. There is a referee or a game master to settle disputes normally, and you can actually see this in old editions of D&D. The game master is called the referee because it evolved out of the war game tradition. But why PvP is important for this is because it gives players a motivation that just straight PvE does not. Like, players are way more into the game. If they realize that anybody can loot this tomb and there are like 3 or 4 groups here, yeah, they're going to want to be the first to do that. But also, they want the gold.
You see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like when I say like this mode of play is anti-role play.
Yeah.
It's straight out like that antithetical to role play. Like, say, oh, you can role play in that. The two goals go in opposition.
Mm-hmm. You can turn it on and off like a switch, but yeah, they're different positions in the switch for sure.
But like the role play, like the point that matter when like the distinction when if you're role playing or not is not if you're talking the voice of the character. If you're acting, making a choice in the mindset of the character, right? So you can like, oh, I'm gonna speak in character now, but then I make a choice as me myself, like as the player. Then I'm not role playing.
Well, you were when you were speaking.
But it's the action that matter. Talk is cheap, right?
I guess it's about time under role play.
Time under role play. No, I think it's more like a qualitative than quantitative. Okay. Like you could just like you could not really you don't have to do the voice. You can like you could even like just say like a I explain my men. I make a rousing speech to my men, and like kind of skip that and don't do the rousing speech.
They got roused.
But then like what? But
they were roused. They were fully roused.
But the choice you make are in character. Then like you're more role playing than if you do the opposite. So
I mean, but that's the point. So the hybrid means you can be in character, doing your character thing, and you can step out of it and do the tactical war game thing. That's the whole. That's what it's good for.
But that's what I'm saying. Like those two goals are competing, right?
I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's like a switch, and you can. They're not this. They're different positions.
But in the most meaningful moment of the game, you're not going to be into role play.
I agree. It's not a role playing game,
especially if you're in competition with other player.
Yeah.
And now you're just trying to win. Well, you're not trying like if like role playing is trying to portray a character in a consistent manner, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to win, that's gonna go against that point, because now you're not like, your goal as a player is not to portray the character. Your goal as a player is to win.
Role playing games, the goal is to be consistent. I agree.
Yeah.
But this is not a role playing game.
No.
So they're taking the role play whenever it's convenient because it's fun.
Yeah, but the main mode of the game, the main drive of the game, is against
war
roleplay.
game.
Goes
I
against
agree.
roleplay. Yeah.
Agree.
They want Balut to enrich their armies, to enrich their civilizations, so that they will be the most powerful. They are in pursuit of power in the game, and when that is contested by other players,
Like,
if you could hear that,
even if they say that, like, oh, they're on person power and stuff like that, can I make like a ruler that is like some kind of religious zealot, and he's not looking for power, he's looking for something else, and he's just looking for peace and stuff like that, right? Would that work in that game? I would just get eliminated right away, and then like, oh, suck to be you. You made a bad character, right? So, you know what I mean?
my
Like,
numbers are bigger than yours, so I
Yeah.
guess I'm gonna take all your stuff.
yeah, you cannot, like, there's no place. There's almost like there's very little place for roleplay. The roleplay is really like an afterthought that
100%.
maybe if it doesn't get in the way of the actual game,
Right.
then maybe we can roleplay. But the
Because
game,
the purpose of a war game is the war, and the
Yeah.
purpose of a role playing game is to role play, right?
Yeah.
players, then it's big, because like if you're with a group playing traditional like 5e module, you're not competing against the other players. You're competing with the DM, and you're probably going to win that. Like you might die, but you're probably going to win that. So you're not thinking about like things you can do to make your push for victory between the game. You don't even care about between the game. You're having fun when you're at the table, but you don't think about between the game.
Wait, I think you might have just made me.
She doesn't care about, or she doesn't trust her players.
Your player, not role player.
Right. It's like she's trying to bribe her players to keep playing or something. I don't know.
Well, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like,
Hold
I
on.
don't even know. Like, we're not in the same hobby. That's the thing. What'd you say?
Yeah.
Purpose of
Oh,
role-playing
she's
game is to
saying
role-play.
how
Yeah.
right I am.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, when she talked about that and she explained what she's doing, right? And she explained like, we're simply not in the same hobby.
I 100% agree.
Like, she's into war game and she's using something that has the label role-playing game on it to do her war game.
Yeah, and
But she's not using it as a role-playing game.
I have played many games where I would be bored to tears if I wasn't playing against humans. So it makes sense. Like if I was just playing cooperative, if I was just playing like a game of Twilight Imperium and I was playing by myself, it'd be pretty boring.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, anyways. I don't know. Unless I added some role play. Yes.
Even roleplay by yourself, like that's a different topic.
I
Right?
don't get
Solo
it. I don't
roleplay.
get it.
That seemed pretty boring as well.
Seems very boring.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I don't think like there's like, and as the question, like, is D&D better? Like, is the specific game of D&D, is it better suited for this wargame experience, or for this role-playing experience? I don't know what my conclusion would be on that. It's not very well suited for the role-playing experience.
Yeah, I see your point now. I think it is it's probably the best at straddling that line. Now, her version of D&D, I agree, is not role-playing.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it fosters any kind of ability to roleplay because there's so much PvP involved.
And to be honest, you can tell that too, right? Because I said also, like, you look at the bro, right? When you do those games, they always have those fucking silly name and those like goofy concept, and it's always like super gonzo and shit like that. With all the patrons are Muppets, and like all this kind of shit, and they have like my wizard is called like Rando Mandolf or Macho Mandolf, something like like some kind of wrestler kind of fucking name.
Rando
and shit like that.
Mandolf, that's awesome.
I don't know, like I don't know wrestler, but it's like some wrestler pun name, right? They all have a
Yeah.
fucking stupid name like that, right? And that's what they do, right? And
Yeah.
and you say, well, then yeah, you're just goofing around and you're just like competing against each other in this war game. There's no role play. You're like,
Yeah.
stop calling it role playing game. It's unfortunate that the label role playing game has been tagged into D&D, and I think role playing game, like, okay, another question, like, oh, D&D evolved from war game. I
Yep.
think role playing game evolved from D&D.
Yeah. I think that's undisputable.
Yeah. I don't think D&D was the beginning of role playing game.
It didn't
think,
go with D&D.
I think D&D is kind of like a transitional game, right? It's like a transitional state. It's like those fucking, like when you have evolution, right? Somebody that's part fish, part lizard, shit like that, right? It's kind of transitional form. If you believe in evolution, which is a different topic, but
which obviously we don't here.
Yeah, that's that's what D&D is. It's like exactly like it's straddling the line, right, in both part.
It's evolution, so it's fake and gay.
Yeah, it evolved from wargame. But like even like they recognize that, well, oh, D&D is evolved for wargame and so why don't you play? So it should be played as a wargame. Well, why don't you play those wargame that D&D evolved from? Then,
well,
is D&D the pinnacle?
D&D gets to do the those D&D gets the no limitation thing we were talking about before.
But those older old game, like a lot of them kind of did that as well. They also have the referee, like, because like modern wargame, like there's no referee really in Warhammer and stuff like that. But those older wargame did. Like this like they always talk about those Braunstein game, right? Braunstein wasn't run using D&D.
Yeah.
It was an old fucking like war game, right? It was this war game kind of thing. Why don't you play that? Like, they say like, oh, D&D evolved from war game, and then like I would say like role playing evolved from D&D, but like, why do you want to go to the transitional game? Like, if that's what when you want to do is this, go there, and we'll go there, and everybody should basically fucking leave D&D behind at that point, right? Just like,
I don't know. I'm kind of convincing myself that it's a great hybrid board game over here. So
yeah,
I don't know if you can play it for any kind of length of time.
Maybe it's a good stepping stone for people like to find their niche, right? Then you play D&D, and then you figure out if you want to be a role player, a war gamer, or a board gamer.
Which part did you like more?
Or a story wasting everybody's time gamer.
That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Switch sides, because up until this point I was on the side of, oh, I don't really like the numbers, I don't like the dice rolling nearly as much as I like the role playing. But what you just described, if I am in a dungeon with my group, and then 5 real other people are there who I'm fucking with, and I have to cast Otto's irresistible dance on this guy across the table and watch him mauled as he dances for 6 turns, that sounds way more fun.
You got it.
Okay, like, you see, like, I was thinking about this guy want to be the class clown, and now like you're just talking about like fucking with those players, and that sounds way more fun. Oh, what you mean, like there's more efficient way I can fuck with your player, like just and being the class clown, right? That's what he's about. This guy,
can make
right?
him dance around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, and he said like,
but
he's
right. War games, strategic games are just way more fun when they're against people.
Yeah.
So can't fault that.
I don't know. Like, I'm a big fan of like a game like Zombicide, right? When you're like which is cooperative and stuff like that.
It's
like
harder,
the reason for that,
it's harder to make a cooperative game fun than it is to make a competitive game.
Well,
fun.
oftentimes, like the problem I have with competitive game is that the people in my board game group, some of them like are sour loser.
Yeah.
And they're not very good. They lose a lot.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's simpler just to play a cooperative game, right?
I agree.
Yeah, but then
one of my crappy DMs was a bad loser.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
that's bad for DM.
Yeah, and we would play these long board games, and I'm good at board games. We played like Twilight Imperium maybe like 5 times. I won
Yep.
every single game of Twilight
Yeah.
Imperium we played. And he would get so frustrated with me because I'd do these little tricks
Yeah.
to snatch things from him.
Yeah.
And one time he just like stormed off to his car and sat there for like 3 hours. And then we put the game away. Then he comes back out. He's like, where's the game, guys? I'm like, okay.
Really?
Anyways, what a fun story that was. It was story time for you just now.
Yeah, man. Like, but no,
Enjoy.
those are terrible, right? Just like,
yeah,
like my guys like are not like that bad, but also like I try to avoid the like. I know I just have to control my alpha game because the other solution is like I play suboptimally.
Yeah,
but then
it's
also I
tough.
find it's like patronizing, right?
Yeah, it's hard to not alpha game.
Yeah.
But when it's so hard when some people are just like, what should I do?
Yeah.
It's like, fuck, you should play the game.
Yeah, just do something, right?
They don't
And
like
also,
to hear
they,
that.
they take a long time. Like if I don't alpha game, also like their turn take forever.
Yeah.
And then trying to calculate everything and say like, well, I made those calculations already. I know the conclusion, right?
Go there. Obviously, you go there.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, I used to play a cribbage a lot, right? And like I would play like, you know how to play cribbage?
No.
Oh, never mind.
I
Then.
might.
It's too complex
know.
But anyway, like it's the card game with the racetrack and stuff like that, and you have to count point, right? And you count your point, and then you announce them, and then you move your track. But if the other player see point that you miss, he can take them, right? So I used to play it a lot. I loved it. I was very, very good.
You're always watching people. You know, it's like me and that boy.
Yeah. It's part of it's like there's like this point counting phase, right? And then like people say like, oh, I made like a 16 point, like, and then you have to explain all of that, like, and how you do them, and then say, oh, but you missed that series here.
Yeah.
And anyway,
and that's why you grew to love really long D&D combats.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can be competitive, right? That's the thing. But
yeah, we should form a party and then go loot these tombs from these idiots in Harmony's game.
Oh, try to both get in, and then like
we're both getting in. We're teaming up because it's all player versus player. It's not character versus character.
teaming up
So
in the background, and then we're yeah. But I guess I'm sure there's some alliance there too in our game. I'm sure like some people like allying themselves.
Yeah, we'll have a secret alliance.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love that, because before that, I think I would just be, I might as well be playing solitaire or like typing numbers into a calculator. But yeah, if what you're describing as a war game is parties fighting and vying for the same resources, and looking like my opponents in the eye while we strategize against each other in the same way you might do on a Warhammer 40k table, that does sound a lot more fun.
But like that's also the thing when you talk like that, right? It's exactly like we're not saying like the war game cannot be fun. They can.
Yeah.
And that's not the question. The question is not like, are role-playing game better than war game? That's a debate you can have, but like fundamentally, like, well, depends what you want to do. They're different fucking hobbies, right? Just like the question is like, which one is D&D best suited for?
Yeah.
So I think they're always like drifting away.
He's like coming to the conclusion that he finds D&D to be more fun as a war game because he doesn't want to do combat.
Is it? Or is he coming to the conclusion that war games seem more fun than role-playing game?
I don't know. He's comparing
because I don't think they address the D&D question
at
all, right? Just like,
yeah,
I think like this debate, right? They're often like they're drifting away from the question. They're not like addressing the question. Harmony try with like saying, well, if you go back in the original rules and you roll those, and right, that's what the game was designed for. Yeah.
So she's saying it's best played as a war game because that was its original intent. That's her argument.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the only one that has given an argument, really.
Yeah. It's the only one that has given an argument that addressed the question.
Yeah.
Other people like gave an argument about like, oh no, you should play some more fun if you do that. Well, yeah, maybe. That's not the question. It's not addressing like, because like if you want to say is D&D best played as a war game, you have to address the specific design of D&D.
Well, you have to address the goal.
The goal of the game?
The goal of playing D&D.
The goal of, well, I think your goal of playing a D&D is yeah.
Do you, or is the goal based on
Is the-
war game versus role playing game?
If you want to answer that specific question, is D&D best played as a war game? Like for me, it's really like what is the specific game of D&D best suited for?
Yeah.
Wargaming or role playing?
Yeah. Or
And I think
secret
that's
option C.
Yeah, and it's not like, and the question is not, do you prefer wargaming or role playing? Well, okay. Like I would say, like, is it best suited for wargaming or something else, right?
Yeah.
Which would be either role playing, storytelling, or this board gaming hybrid, right?
Storytelling.
Like, yeah, that's
Good
what people like to
Lord.
do as well, right?
You're
And
right.
so
An interactive visual novel.
Yeah.
Of sorts.
So I think they're missing the point there on the debate, right? They're not addressing the question that the debate is supposed to pose, right?
Are you gonna
They all want to talk like, well, is war...
Go ahead, finish your point.
No, they all want to talk about like, is wargaming more fun? Is role playing more fun? Is there like, but like, if you prefer role playing, play a role playing game. If you prefer wargaming, play a war game.
Yeah. Is this where you get your gavel and just hammer it down?
Yeah,
Case dismissed.
Is it a good wrap up? Is it worth us keeping watching that? We're almost going on 4 hours now.
I feel like we're talking about it, so it makes it a pretty good time to stop it, but I could go for another 10 minutes of video.
Okay, let's try to see a little more if there's more content coming from them.
All right.
Fun. Because then you can do the role-playing stuff in that, but that does sound better than a PvE experience. So maybe I switch sides.
Harmony wins.
Normally we wouldn't be in the dungeon with them at the same time, because normally one group plays on Tuesday and one plays on Friday or something. But if you're the group on Tuesday and you get there before them and you know that there is a guy in the Friday game trying to enrich a civilization that you don't like, then you can totally leave traps behind, make it look unlooted.
Exactly. Picture this. You have
maybe
a little
lost me now. If
something.
it's on the same day, then it's just Mario Party where I'm leaving the fake item box and they kill someone
Picture this, Soy.
30 meters
Soy.
behind me.
Soy, picture this. You are a wizard, right? There are certain spells in those books which are very obviously meant for the bad.
I got to say though, this example of like having multiple parties in the same world and the action of one affecting the action of the other, yeah, that can be fun, right? I could see that as fun.
That seems like it would be really fun as a role-playing game.
Yeah.
I don't know why it has to be a war game. That sounds like you're role-playing. So
yeah, exactly.
Where's the war gaming element?
It's the PvE. The PvP, I mean.
But why is what she's doing have to be a war game?
Because you could do that in character versus character, not necessarily
basically for the reasons we were saying, because the players are strategizing to their best ability versus immersing themselves into the character headspace.
And also they bring in the knowledge like, oh, I'm playing on Tuesday and they're playing on Friday, so I'm going to be there before them and they won't know that I came here, right? So I mean, you can leave those traps and pretend that the dungeon hasn't been looted. So I guess that's very out of character. That's very like player minded, right?
Although it's a good idea.
Yeah,
characters should booby trap dungeons more.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like you should like loot the dungeon and then leaving and putting booby trap there for some reason, because
if there's a reason.
If there's a reason.
Bad guy. Why would a player character ever use these? Things such as, I don't know, glyph of warding. Let's say you're actually a very powerful wizard. Let's say you're a Grundle Skull, something I'm working on at this moment in time. Let's say you know the spell Delayed Fireball. Let's say you also have a 9th level spell slot to spare, and you see a treasure chest you'd like to come back to later in Harmony's game, but you can't take it with you right this second. So you take your glyph of warding, you pop it on this treasure chest, and you pop in a Delayed Fireball upcast to level 9 with the max amount of time having elapsed, 80 average fire damage on the next poor unfortunate party that decides to come in and try and get it.
We are hitting on the core point that I'm making, right? Which is first of all why I'm right and all of you are wrong, except for maybe Harmony, right? You too, Richard. No offense, right? But these rules, these specific rules, are important because they increase interaction with the world and they increase the meaning of the choices you make. How much the choice you make matters. Jack just gave a scenario where if you don't play with encumbrance, that scenario never happens because there's.
All right.
You can have rules in role-playing games.
Yes.
So
you can have encumbrance rules in role-playing game. And I think you should have evidence say that.
Yeah,
I think
because
encumbrance like
makes things make sense. That's called
if you have a reasonable player, right? That playing character, oftentimes it doesn't really come into play. Like in the Horizon game, we don't like have to worry about encumbrance because we're not a bunch of assholes always trying to loot everything we see, right?
I remember I carried a large espresso machine once, or coffee machine, and it was a huge problem, and I immediately got it delivered.
Yeah.
But I was like, there's no way I'm carrying this anymore.
Yeah.
And if you're in the headspace of your character, encumbrance is happening.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You don't need anyone to tell you anything.
Yeah. Like you it's good to have the rules for like those edge cases, or like if like there's a disagreement in the one,
or to count your
if the rule exists, and the players want to preserve the verisimilitude of the world, and everybody understand the rule in the same way, they're going to be enforced by themselves, right? Because like they're just there to define the world more than just police the player, right?
So I guess what they're saying is there's no rules for role playing, therefore rules are inherently war game elements, which I totally disagree with. Conflict resolution is a part of role playing.
Yeah, and encumbrance as well.
Yeah,
and all those. So that doesn't make it like a war game element, right? Just like So I don't know I don't know why that's making a point for the D&D being better like as a war game, right? Just like,
oh well,
is Skyrim a war game because you have encumbrance rule?
Of course,
it's like
there's no reason you can't take the chest.
Wargaming doesn't mean rules, does it?
Yes,
Is
it does.
is that what you're
Hold
saying?
on.
Wait,
Hold on. The rules of a game, the rules of how. Otherwise, if rules don't matter, let me ask you this: in pursuit of knowledge, in pursuit of knowledge, if rules don't matter, right? And it doesn't matter. You're just playing D&D.
Did I say that?
That's not what he's saying.
Nobody's saying that.
That's
you're playing role-playing games. Rules don't matter. You're just playing D&D. Fun.
That's the anti-4D argument, by the way.
Yes, I know.
You've heard a lot of times.
Yes, I heard it all the time, but like that's the straw man. Like, and I fucking hate straw men, right? Like people that make straw men, like I want to fucking choke them. Yeah, that make me violent.
Yeah, and he doesn't get angry easily, so that would be.
And like even when I address, like when I do a reply to this video, right? Mm-hmm. I try as much as I can to strawman them. I try like to address the argument that they're making, right? And I hope I'm succeeding. If you feel like I've been strawmanning their argument, maybe I'm misunderstood, but I try to be as honest as I can to address the argument that they're actually making, because like otherwise, like what's the point? Like I'm just like trying to make them look stupid and make me
trying to win.
Yeah, I don't do that, and I hate people strawmanning.
All right, well, I'm sad. I wish there was a guy other than Top Middle that was going to make this point, but he's gonna.
Yeah.
That's not what, no, he's making a different point, actually.
What is your point?
My point is that if that wargaming to you just means a rule set, then yeah, I agree, that's true. But what I'm talking about is that D&D
rule set.
Number one, D&D is a role-playing game that has rule sets based in, historiography, back in the 70s. That's fine. But the number one point is that it is a role-playing game.
And a war game that turned into one, sure.
I would
that's fine. You can say it, hey, if that's what you want.
Yeah, the Brit Bong got it again, right?
Yeah.
This motherfucker.
Ah, look at that smug smile on his face too. He knows he got it right. That bastard. No.
You want to say that's fine.
Like what you're playing.
And I understand flip flop soy pill over here. You know, he's in the middle somewhere. We'll figure it out one day.
You were playing
One side will win me over,
but there's no.
Dungeons and Dragons, and you might like that game, but it's not Dungeons and Dragons. But go ahead.
I would posit this, that in order to take distinctly one side or the other, you would have to say, if you want to play strictly by what you would call war game rules, but you are not allowed to role play at all, versus if you're allowed to role play, but you cannot use the rules at all. Would either of those be as fun as some mixture of the two? So that's where I get the argument.
Wait, what? I need to go back a bit.
Versus if you're allowed to role play, but you cannot use the rules at all.
If you're allowed to role play, but you cannot use the rules at all.
He's making a. It's I don't even care. It's just another stupid point.
Like this thing, like okay, we agree, like we talk about that, right? You could potentially have place for role playing in a war game. The PvP aspect oftentimes gets in the way of that. But like, there's rules in role playing game.
Yes, he is creating a hypothetical where I think he's saying if you could role play without rules or game without wars, I don't even know what he's going to say.
But it's like because the point they're missing, right? Like the difference that they need to make, that they don't get, is like, are you making your decision in character or as a player?
I agree.
That's the big distinction that nobody gonna, like, this whole fucking debate. Nobody's gonna address that.
It's
because I've seen the rest of that, right? So now I know like how it's gonna go.
Even top middle guy doesn't make the argument about role playing in character. Oh well,
he might see the word role playing in character, but he doesn't talk about like what that means. I don't think he gets it like that. It's making like decision in character.
Yeah. They never really make a distinction between war game. They're trying now, but it's terrible.
Yeah,
because they're wrong.
Like, yeah, if you're trying to win, like it's about the goal, right? If you're trying to win against other player, you're in a war game. If you're trying to preserve the verisimilitude of the world and of the character you're playing and the consistency of the character you're playing, you're in a role-playing game.
The gavel.
I think, yeah, I think that's the distinction that is pretty like straightforward, and I don't know why people can fucking get it.
We should get a transition of a large gavel.
Yeah, a video I can play on top.
Yeah, get a stream deck going.
Yeah, somebody that's good with the AI video to do that for us.
Yeah, we'll get Big Bad on it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's pretty much the point that everybody's missing, right?
Yes.
What
very
a waste
succinctly
of time.
put as well. Yeah.
I don't know why.
Wake up, Harmony.
Wick, you need to fucking get me on those talk. I don't know if I want to be honest.
Yeah.
It's too chaotic, and it's too. I don't know. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna try to be somewhat nice.
I'd be bottom middle guy. Going, wonder when it's my turn to talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's too many people too, right? Just like,
yeah.
But anyway, let's finish that point.
Would either of those be as fun as some mixture?
Can you rewind? I want to hear the start.
So that's where I get the argument of this is the most important part or that is the most important part. It's like Trey Parker and Matt Stone who make South Park. Like it's all about Trey or it's all about Matt, and we don't really know who makes the crazy stuff they make up. They just work together as a partnership.
Yeah, I completely, and that's exactly where I'm coming from, is that we can understand that D&D, if we're talking about the whole game system, people do not think of it as a war game. The reason is because role-playing is the most important part, with wargaming rule sets of whatever edition of book, whatever rules you want, secondary. Because as humans, we are social creatures, and we like to categorize things, and we want to be able to have fun with each other because we're social animals. And I think that D&D is a role-playing game first. You can
Well,
say
I
it's a
would-
war game.
Well, I would say it's
But
It's kind of point made no sense.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to make arguments.
Yeah, he said things that
But
are
to be
true,
fair,
they don't
neither
follow
do
each other.
I. So
No, no.
he talks like I do. He just says stuff. He says stuff and hope it's right.
Yeah, I think you write more often than he is.
Win some.
Are we
lose
done?
some, yeah. I mean, they're never
I
going to
feel
talk about role playing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I said the rest. I don't think it's. I think it's maybe it's a fair point to. It's not a good point to stand. Like let's.
They
let's
do have a
let's get
whole
little more-
hour and a half almost of talking about. They might address what the differences are between war game and role playing.
Oh, there's only one more hour. The less is like just like a week by himself. So the debate finished like at the 2-hour mark.
Kicked everyone out.
Yeah. So we're halfway through.
Do you want to hear his
And
closing thoughts? A couple
I heard
minutes.
them before, and I don't want to hear them again. You want me to jump there?
No,
No.
I believe you.
Oh, so he flipped the camera in the right sense. So now the flag is not up. It's not backward.
Can flags be backwards?
Yeah. You don't know the flag code?
No, I thought they wave. They're on a pole.
No, but if the flag is against a wall, or if the American flag, if the flag is against the wall, if the flag is upside down, like if the flag is on the, there's a specific orientation that you need to be displayed.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
it's regulated and shit.
That's against regulations, bro.
Yeah, to get your flag, but it's because the camera is mirror, I guess.
I'm
But
surprised the guy that said America
breaking the flag
earlier-
code. What?
It's probably because it's flipped on.
Yeah.
His,
Yeah, but you got American flag there on this wall, right? So that's something, I guess.
That's why I like.
You were going to be wrong.
I feel like it's not a good spot to end. So let's find a place that feel a little more concluded. No.
Yeah, we can't end on this guy just saying a bunch of words for no reason.
It's the evolution of the war game. Before Dave Arneson and people playing single characters and them getting into role playing, it was a war game. People didn't role play Napoleonic battles. They just had army versus army.
Well, Richard,
And
in the
then-
dichotomy, it would almost seem like, probably wouldn't be as fun either way if you had 100% roleplay, 100% war game. But would you argue that? I think 100% roleplay would be just 100,000 times better, right? Otherwise, you're just rolling dice and hitting each other, whatever. Like even in Warhammer.
There he goes again, saying that rolling dice isn't role playing.
Well, rolling dice is not. I don't think it's technically role playing.
No, okay. It's not role playing.
It's not role playing. It's like rolling dice. It's it's not. It doesn't go against role playing because you roll dice to figure out like the resolve the uncertainty in the world. But the role playing aspect is making the choice, right? It's making the decision.
Sure.
And the specific act of rolling dice, right? Using dice is part of that.
Okay,
Because
well, let me rephrase it. There he goes again, saying hitting each other isn't role playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I just say words. I don't.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like when he's saying like, well, 100% role play would be much more fun. So that's why I stopped. Right. I want to talk about that. Say like that I agree with, and that's where we're striving to do.
Yeah, I mean,
but we still have combat, and we still have dice involved, right?
Once again, you're saying you want to play a role playing game more than you want to play a war game, so that's fine.
Yeah, but once again, what I'm saying is like when this guy is saying role playing, he's just talking about like the patty cake, the chit chat, and the shit like that, right?
Yeah.
He's not talking about the mindset of the character. You want to do improv. I want to do role playing game. I don't want to play role playing games, which include role playing somehow.
Warhammer, which is primarily that. If you're not screaming like an orc or like saying all the marine stuff, like it's not nearly as fun, right?
Then you've broken another definition because if we're just sitting around 100% role playing, that's called improv. That's not really a game.
Sure.
Now, if we have chits that we draw out of a bucket with prompts and we improv those, now you're playing a game. If there's no rules to it, you're just making stuff up. It's not.
Like, is that your whole thing, Wick? Is that all games with rules are?
I hate this this thing like, oh, improv is just if you're just doing role playing, you're just doing improv. Like, no, improv is a different thing, right? It's different fucking like it's not a role playing game.
Yeah, and in improv they do pull shits out of a hat and then
Yeah.
do what it
Yeah.
says. That's an improv game.
But in improv also, like, you're kind of role playing a situation, I guess, right? But it's very different than role playing a character in a role playing game. It's like I don't like people that equate those two, right? Like, I don't know, man, it annoys me. It's
Yeah.
improv is a very serious thing in Quebec. I don't know if you know that.
Is a what?
Very serious thing in Quebec, improv.
Oh, it's a serious thing here in Texas, sort of.
All right.
No.
No, but
it is in circles, you know.
Oh no, like there's a league and there's team. It's a provincial league and it's televised and shit like that.
Oh, it's televised. Interesting.
Yeah. And it's very competitive.
CBC putting it on there.
No, it's Télé-Québec, so it's like the Quebec TV.
Quebec, BC.
Quebec TV.
Yeah. Yeah, they care about that here. I don't care about. I mean, obviously, we've heard that argument a million times. So.
Yeah, like
we
that's
disagree.
At some point, now they're just going in circle. I'm just looking for a good place that there's kind of like a dip in the conversation that we can just say, okay.
No, I just mean the old dude is making the 4D isn't role playing games.
Yeah.
Argument.
Oh, if you just do 100% roleplay, you're just doing improv.
Just doing improv. And like, he's now falling into the rules aren't role playing.
Yeah.
So I guess our champion top middle guy is going to say something random about how rules are role playing still.
Is that our I thought the Brit Bong was our champion.
Yeah, maybe.
You're just like it's just like the anti-British bias, so strong.
But he's not fighting him on the rules aren't role playing thing. Like my guy in the top middle is doing that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Guy in the top right, he's happy to let.
All right, let's give him a shot.
Die on a hill.
Therefore, war games, like, is chess a war game to you?
Of course not. I think
the dichotomy.
Yeah, go ahead, Harmony, please.
The dichotomy is between board games and LARPs is kind of where Richard is going, and people play both of those, and people love both of those. I have
LARPs again.
LARPs,
not role playing game per se.
Why not? Because they're not role playing in it. Oh, we're talking about like the
live action.
No, I know what it is. When I hear LARP, I think vampire, but they're probably talking more like fake
the buffer
armor and
yeah, that's what I think when I think LARPs more than vampire.
Yeah,
I guess the vampire you can get closer to yeah. But
vampire LARP is the closest I ever got to 4D before.
Oh yeah. Are they more like are they as much imagination based?
It is very immersive.
Yeah.
People would be in their character.
Okay. So
in
maybe,
the one
maybe
they are. I'm sure it's based on the people, but
is it more role playing than sitting around the table? I feel like there's a lot of distraction around from the role playing, like all the like, costuming and shit like that.
I think it's great.
Oh yeah.
I wish I was in another badass LARP right now.
Yeah, I hate the costuming.
But I live in East Texas, so I have to drive 2 hours to get anywhere.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I'm not going to a fucking LARP.
No, like I'm saying that because I live in fucking like Gaspésie. I have to drive fucking like 6 hours to get anywhere.
Yeah, but you're not trying to go to a LARP.
Yeah.
My cat's making me disappear.
Oh, is that what happening? What it's
Hello?
Magic.
Hello?
I can still hear you, but I cannot see you. It's the magic. Oh, look at that. Mercurius. My air trumpet has been struck by lightning with the super chat there. $5 Australian.
Dang,
I've missed most of the show, so I have to watch the VOD to catch up.
Me and the
I hope you're gonna enjoy it. I hope you're gonna enjoy it for at least $5.
It's worth every penny.
Yeah, it's like a more than almost $1.25 an hour.
Me and my
Yeah.
ear trumpet has been struck by lightning are now Twitter bros.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oops, what are they doing? All right, let's see if our top guy is gonna
participated in both and had a wonderful time. However, Dungeons and Dragons has always been a blend of a lot of things. You can see that in the old games, especially like with AD&D, you have a blend of a ton of different systems. Like everything isn't just roll to hit in AD&D. They have special rules for psionics. They have special rules for unarmed combat. They have special rules for a lot of things for mass combat. Those rules exist in the original texts. OD&D was originally a chainmail supplement, and so there's a bunch of like what the old games are a bunch of different systems stitched together in order to simulate a world.
I see if we've returned to me.
Well, finish up, Harvey, and then we can.
Great. So there are a bunch of systems stitched together, and
that's interesting. The lapses that's made. Like,
what did that Britbong say?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
Seems like we've returned to me. I think he said something like that.
Oh, maybe I didn't know. I didn't get what he said.
Anyways,
but it's an interesting lapsus that's made. Like, oh, you have all those rules to, and then she make the lapsus like to simulate a war, and then she said, oh, to simulate a world, not a war. And so like, yeah, because it's not a war game; it's a role playing game.
Gotcha, Harmony.
Gotcha, Harmony. Yeah, you're there to simulate a world, right?
Gotcha.
So you're there to preserve the very similitude of the world, which goes through by preserving the consistency of the character and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So I think she kind of like torpedoed her own argument.
Yes. Right at the end. But should we end it on Harmony totally ruining her argument?
No, we should at least let her finish
her
thought, because maybe she's gonna turn it around.
Yeah, last time you cut her short, she threw it right back in your face.
Well, yeah, because that's how I do that's how you do the reaction, right? I cannot just like let her talk for 10 minutes, right? I have to talk something. Otherwise, like I'm just stealing their show. I have to contribute. I have to make transformative content.
I thought we were just a watch party.
No,
that's what I was trying to get.
And you know, Harmony, she's a smart girl, right? So she can surprise us sometime.
And really, it kind of doesn't make sense the first time you read them. It's really hard to understand without playing it. But I do believe it describes a mostly war game there. And yes, people role play, but like the role play actually came later. Like I believe with the old games, nobody was like getting into character. Nobody was maybe they're getting into character, but nobody was doing funny voices. Now I don't know that for sure because I wasn't there. That's just anecdotal.
Just making up stuff,
I was born in 1989, so I was obviously not there. But
I don't know if it was a disrespectful question, but Richard, were you there?
Yeah, I've been doing funny voices since 1985.
Okay. See, that's not. I see that on my videos and on my Twitter a lot. People will comment like, I didn't hear people doing funny voices until like 2010 for this game. That's something
2010, that's fucking ridiculous. Like people like talking accent and shit like that for way longer than that.
Yeah, whoever's saying that, you need to unfollow them.
Yeah. Do you do funny voice, Mr. Max? I only do funny voice.
He does a really good lady voice.
Yeah.
He gave you $5. You have to show him your lady voice.
I forgot how to do it.
You
want me to learn a lady voice? I don't know why it makes you laugh so much. Yeah, I do funny voice all the time.
Every time I hear that voice, I get wet.
So what Harmony was saying there,
right.
I should talk about.
Sorry for the vulgarity.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
What Harmony was saying there, right? She said a lot of things, and she said like, oh, the rules, like, yeah, they're kind of like esoteric, like they're hard to get into when you just read them and you have to play them to get what it means, stuff like that, right? Like, and that goes to the argument I was making earlier, right? That it's kind of like the design, the game was made, and they discovered they were like the first iteration wasn't the best, right? And trying to go back to that, and when you say like, oh, well, the rules are hard to understand, and we have to figure it out, and like kind of like do this study, like to, well, that's probably a sign that maybe like it wasn't, the idea wasn't well defined, and like what somebody was saying earlier, right? Gary tried to put it out quick because he realized that if he didn't, somebody else would. So holding those texts like they're sacred texts that we have to refer to and adhere to and interpret, like spend the time to like, oh, what is it, like it's cryptic, like trying to read the Bible and like, oh, what does passage really mean, right? And then like, and you have people like doing like stuff like with the
Can you
trying to
imagine
flip the
giving a
fucking
shit?
passage. Yeah,
Who cares?
yeah, because it's a
It's
game, right? Just like
some nerds with a game. Like
it's a game.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
To role play. We should try it.
Yeah, but also I agree with what she said too, right? Like, and we talked about it earlier, right? Like when the people were first playing like Chainmail and OD&D and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
They didn't get into character, and I think that came out later. And sometimes maybe they did once the character reached some level. But at some point, that's what the hobby became. But
I'm gonna click
again
this
to go back to the original question.
What is an exegesis? That sounds like a word, you know.
Yeah, it's the study of the holy text, basically, like the study and understanding. It's what you do when you study the Bible. You do like exegesis.
Okay.
Yeah, exegèse. We say in French, so in English it would be like exegesis. Why I can't say it in French but in English? Exegèse.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
How you say words at all is a mystery to me, frankly.
Same for like.
How does your mouth do the things it does? It makes.
Well, that's like for it's so hard because you Anglos you speak with the tongue, right, and we speak with the throat. Yeah. So, yeah, say it in French. Yeah, exegèse in French. Exegèse. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now I have to say like is instead of as. Exegèse. Ah, man.
Exegesis.
Exegesis.
Is that what it is?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it's a good word to know.
Yeah. So you talk with like the uvula mostly and the back of the jaw.
Yeah, and especially in Quebec, right? Like it's
have like a paralyzed tongue.
Talking with the tongue in Quebec is seen as very unmanly. It's like if you want to do like a homosexual accent in Quebec, you're gonna speak with the tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exegesis. Oh, there you go.
Exegesis.
Yeah. There you go. So that's why like it's a struggle for me, and that's why I cannot do like the th because that's really like.
Because if you did, you'd be gay.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, what, you're trying to suck a cock, man? When you put your tongue on it? When you put
your tongue on guy with the th sound.
Yeah. It's a thing.
I hear quite often. I don't know how many people did that.
But before my time, like I would say the generation who really kicked it off in like the 70s were very much like, from what I experienced, the people I interacted with were very much more into dungeon crawl, procedural, level 1 of the dungeon, level 2 of the dungeon, level 3 of the dungeon. So it was sort of a game like that. It was like a level.
What?
Like, what are we even talking about anymore at this point?
No, it's like very much like going back into the board game, right?
Yeah.
So I think, okay, let's fucking wrap it up. We're gonna be on 4.5 hours, right?
Good.
By the time we wrap up. So I think like the sole debate for me, right?
Yeah.
What they miss is like what difference like between the war game and the role playing game is the decision, the how you make your decision. If you're making your decision in character, and that sometimes they're gonna be like suboptimal in the outcome for winning the game, like or maybe even more so, like with the goal that you're trying to achieve, right? Is your goal trying to preserve the verisimilitude of the world and the consistency of your character, then you're in a role-playing game. If your goal is trying to beat the other player, then you're in a war game or different type of game. You're not in a role-playing game, basically.
So something I like to do is use my brain. And So I play intelligent tactical characters.
Yeah.
So that I can try my hardest.
Yes, sometimes that's fun, but sometimes also that's fun to
What
explore
I'm saying
somebody else.
is that role playing? Am I role playing now?
You can make this character if that's what you want to do, and that's fine.
I like to make hagglers so that I can haggle.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But if you make a character that wouldn't be an haggler, right?
Right.
You wouldn't. Because sometimes the fun is like
It's
he's
true.
getting the mindset of somebody else, right?
When I play
Don't be
like
dumb,
a
get
combat
dumbass.
oriented guy, I will
Yeah.
stick to the tone. But
Yeah, like Crispy say, I like to play the simpleton character. Yeah, they're fun to play as well.
yeah, but
You might want to play like
he
the
sneaks in the stupid genius occasionally. Sorry, Crispy, calling you out a little bit.
yeah.
Like, I don't know, maybe this the best thing we could possibly do, but what do I know? I'm stupid. It's a Crispy move.
Yeah.
Sorry, Crispy.
And I think I don't know if did I say that? Do you have an example of that?
Like in the Wild Hell game, I'm sure he does it. Anytime Crispy is an idiot, like playing an idiot, he'll occasionally come up with a really good idea, and then just like couch it and how.
Or maybe.
Like
But
he'll say, but he'll use like a stupid word with it.
Yeah,
something like that. Like,
but,
or whatever they call those things, cakes or something. I don't know. Just
yeah. Anyway, so for me, the big distinction is that, right? It's about like where it's about like how do you make your decision? Do you make them in character, or do you make them like to win the game? That's the big distinction between the role playing and the war game.
No, I'm playing it because I want to play. I don't care. There's no winning, right? It's but what they said at the beginning is like you play role playing games because you want to enjoy certain scenarios. You want to be immersed in scenarios.
Yeah.
But that was a point they made. I don't know that that's true, but
I don't know.
It's true for me. I like to be put in certain scenarios.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's in
more of
certain
a
scenario as a certain person.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's really like about like for me, role playing is a lot about like the trying to think as somebody else. That's what it is, right? It's trying to. That's often I often say like step in the skin of somebody else and try to hijack to override my own thought process by the thought process of this character, right?
Yeah.
That's where the juice is, and
it's like I want to do the premise, and I want to do the character. So that's why I like Session Zeros so much.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I love the thing that they said about like the collaborative world building and stuff like that. That this is not forbidden in role playing. Like you can do that in role playing as well. Like having rules. You have rules in role playing game as well, right? Just
like I want to be in the hell.
Yeah.
And I want to be in the hell. So I have to I make the game. It's hard to make the hell game and then play in the hell game. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean either. I'm tired.
Yeah, me too.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, and anyway, was this
not a good enough clue? When I did wrap it up. So.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to like I was trying to wrap it up by doing like my conclusion of watching the stream.
Yeah, just shitting on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they went a lot of like what is role playing game, what is it, and I think they missed the point, the point of distinction between those two, and I think oftentimes they drift away from the essential question that was posed there, like what is D&D best at, right? Is it best played as a war game? Is that like, does the design of D&D best for that? I think they missed that question a lot. They didn't.
Yes, and I think that it was a lot of they only really talked about war game or role playing game.
Yeah,
like it's a spectrum or something.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know that that's that's how it should be approached. Maybe there's other categories of games that you could potentially put D&D in.
Yeah, and also like it also necessarily for me raise a question that if you're like, it's okay if you're into war game, it's okay if you're in board game, into role playing game. The question you should ask is like, if you're into war game, is D&D the best game you can use for that? If you're into role playing game, is D&D the best game you can use for that? Right? Just like, if you want to think about like how D&D is best played, then you can also you should also look at it from the other direction, right? Figure out like instead of like saying I want to play D&D, so I need to figure out the best way to play it. That's a kind of silly question. You should think of what you want to play and figure out the best game to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
So there you go.
Or
thank you for people that thank you,
I
Phil, for
had a
joining
point.
me for this conversation. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying bye.
No. D&D is a very specific type of game, potentially. Or is it a bunch of different types of games? Maybe. But you could say, I want to play D&D. And it could mean I want to play a little bit of wargaming with a little bit of role playing.
Yeah. Maybe that's what you mean. You want to have this very specific mix of hybrid game that you're looking for. And then D&D is the best suited for that.
Yeah.
That could happen.
I wonder if D&D is the best war game for role players.
That's a different question. Yeah. It's like the platypus of game. Like I want a bit of a mammal, but also want a bit of a duck.
It is very difficult to play in character.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see this weekend.
Yeah. No, not next weekend.
Next weekend, we'll see.
Yeah. And don't forget the people who won't joke. Yeah, maybe that's what D&D is best for.
It's important to forget those people. Oh, don't forget.
Yeah.
When
gaming. Yeah. Maybe like D&D is best suited for the class clown.
It's definitely
the social
that.
game. Maybe that's what it is, right? Just so you have a little bit of everything. Just so if you have a social game, you're just an excuse to get with your friend. D&D works for that.
And it has more wide appeal because of its brand.
Yeah.
So you can rope a lot of dupes into it to ruin their day with your trash role playing.
Yeah. Hello, Space Roadie, by the way.
Hey, Space Roadie.
Yeah. Because
I hit it. I'll hit it. Because of the culture of play and mechanics that require discussion.
Yeah. That was why it's hard to play in character.
Oh, yes.
I agree with that. Yeah. So, are we wrapping it up now? Are you ready? I was about to do that, but then you wanted to make another point.
Please.
Thank you, Phil, for joining me tonight for this conversation. Thank you. Also, thank you to Wick and his crew for doing this video that we could react to. We went through about half of it, right? Half of the debate part. And it gave us an excuse to make some point and think about this thing, even though, anyway.
I feel like I ended up agreeing with everyone at one point.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Why not?
And then it was like 20% agree, and then 80% agree with everyone.
Yeah.
Except for Harmony, of course, who's obviously nailed it.
Obviously.
She's just playing a totally different game.
Yeah. Which is fine.
Yeah.
Which don't need to say. Thank you also to everybody that joined us in chat. And thank you everybody that's going to watch on the replay and make it to the end, more than 4.5 hours. That's crazy. I just thought it would be like a quick throwaway kind of thing. And
what are you doing here? 4.5 hours in, people.
Yeah. Phil, you have anything coming up?
I might be poking you guys into playing Horizon on Monday. We'll see.
Okay. No trading table or anything? Been a while?
No.
Okay.
I'm off the content until I probably get a lot closer to being graduated.
Oh yeah, I guess. Right.
Yeah. I'm preparing for my CPA.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm graduating from my master's program. So
busy. As for myself, I'll be next time you're going to be able to see me. I guess is going to be on Friday on the Legend of Myth channel. I'm going to be a panelist there talking about something that we did touch about tonight about the role of the GM, the role of the player. I might drop a video this week, but don't hold your breath. I did one like today, right? So
Yeah.
maybe that's enough. Don't be greedy, guys.
Yeah.
That's too much for me. All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless.